Welcome everybody to the 10th Kids Knowledge Seekers Workshop presented by the Kesh Foundation at the Spaceship Institute. We'll be talking with Mr. Kesh, who will be describing to us some of the things that we're wondering about the universe and trying to talk to us in terms of the way children might understand. And today we have a special guest, Hector, a kid from Mexico, and we'll be interacting with him a bit. And hopefully we'll try to talk a bit today about continue with the theme of what kids might do in space. What games would they play? What sort of activities might be interesting for kids in space? Okay, let's carry on. We're going to talk with. We'll hear from Kevin Devaney first, and he'll have a comment before we go on to Mr. Kesh. Kevin, are you there?
Hello, good evening, Mr. Kesh, and all of you. Recently, I saw a documentary called Alphabet, and it shows in a very good way how this educational system that we have been having systematically destroys, the intellect, creativity, and well, may I say, the spirituality of children. Even though all children are highly talented people, so. I think the purpose of of games, since Rick brought it up here as a main issue here, is for me to learn from one another and learn, empathy, spirituality, and not, counting the death toll. How many people or whatever you destroy, or whatever things you destroy or kill. So, can you maybe elaborate on that, Mr. Kesh, together with our new guest from Mexico, Axtal? You might have some questions.
Can you explain exactly what you want to talk about? Can you be precise?
Sure. The thing is, we're living in a world where empathy with one another is and learning from one another is not really the focus of this system, of this educational system, where all sorts of fun, pleasure, entertainment, or learning processes are taking place. Is there any way how we can develop as a civilization with the tool of games to learn, more, to have more peace within these children and within and learn from one another with games and toys? I think that's the direction I want to
go. I think one of the most important points at the moment is anarchy has taken over the state of life in every aspect. In so many ways, we have forgotten how to be human. Even us adults, we fail ourselves frequently because we do not see ourselves in a position to be able to handle what has been put in front of us in the life. Children get bullied, children get pushed around, and the child who has any empathy is pushed to the bottom of the ranking of life. Can we make children to have empathy? Can we make children to be conscious of the feeling of the others? It's literally, I think, is going to the point of non-existence. The world, as we see it, the more we go towards what I call Western civilization, is becoming more space for destruction, for competitiveness to destroy I watch my own children and I see how, even though being taught how to live in this world is so much that they forget about the humanity. I see children around us the same. I think in so many ways parents are too busy to be able to interact with their own children, to teach them the values of life, especially in the Western world and upcoming third world nations to be industrialized, to be destroyed. One of the positive points which I see with Keshe Foundation, our research and the materials and the technologies which we are putting out, and in the coming days you have seen some units has been put out, and more of these things are getting released, will be released. We will see if we can take the pressures of the social structure, and with that we can allow parents to have time to teach their children the ethos of life. At the moment, the rat race is just to be able to have food on the table, maybe a light on the ceiling, and maybe, if you're lucky, a moving color board, what we call television. That we can spend our time in front of it to see what we have to do to get more of. They advertise more expensive things, new toys, new gadgets, and our race in life has some which gadgets we don't have and which toys we want to have as children. In the space, these things will have no value. It's for a fact we know in the space all these rat race of human races will be over. Yeah. We will, in the coming beginning of next year, develop new games, new toys for children, according to Keshe Foundation technologies. In the next 3 weeks, something like 3 or 4 new products from the foundation for the first time will be mass produced and be made at the prices that every man on this planet can afford. I can assure you, then when you can have a small amount of energies to produce, to have light without doing anything, when you have the material that you can make systems to be able to be usable by children and by adults, where you don't have to work, the parents don't have to work 10 hours extra a month or 20 hours extra a month just to pay the electricity bill, then that takes the pressure from the families. When the parents do not have to pay for water and they can have a clean water, which is one of the first units coming out before Christmas as a gift of Keshe Foundation to humanity, then you find children, parents will have more time in the coming year to be able to interact, and the parents to teach the children how, or have time to be with the children, how to be human. As I said, in space there is no wars. In space, and when you are in a what do we call it, a spaceship or in a craft which travel across this universe, there is no need for war, because you have whatever you need and you can have whatever you want. And then you understand that there is no need for all these situations we see with people. Children are victims of parents doing at the moment. What does this mean? It means parents, we're getting more and more busier, so we don't have time to spend with our children. Then what the child does? Child needs to find something to keep him busy. Video games, which the only thing they do is to destroy and destruction. Being depressed in the school, to be bullied because of they are depressed. And now it's become what I call gang depression. What it means, 3 or 4 kids who are come from the lowest classes of the society get together to bully the others that they can confirm they exist, because in their own society they don't exist. You find bullies in the school where children in the house get battered, so they bring the same thing into the house, into the school. So now the children which come from a good family now become victims of these people. Where is the empathy? And now if you tell the children which are abusing or what we call bullying, now the child which was victim become double victim. Because now they have something to do against them. You talk to my child. The ethos of teaching at this moment on this planet, especially in the Western world, has gone to the wall. Teachers have no say how to teach ethics, and the children do whatever they like, because you cannot talk to my child. So why do you send your child to school? If you, as a parent, have never taught your child what to do, as you pay a teacher to do it for you, and then why do you say you have no say to teach my child? The whole structure will change in coming time. We see it. The Keshe Foundation is going into the depth of teaching the universal language, the universal teaching to the man on earth. What does this mean? This means every child is equal, irrespective of position anywhere on this planet. Education is a God-given right. And the reason the child cannot have, because the parents don't have the money to pay for it. Or the student, the child has not access to, because the school is not there. In Africa, for example, you have to pay 12 euro, or was to 15 pounds, something in that region, to get your child to school a year. They can't afford it. They have to borrow and beg to be able to put a child in a school. Keshe Foundation, as what we call the institute, will open up in the coming early next year. I have seen the documents for it. Hopefully they can put it up before end of the month. We teach everything freely to the children across the world. Live program, live teachings. We are raising financial position that we can start teaching from early next year freely across the world, through the systems we are developing ourselves, which cost not much. And the families and the children who don't have the money to have a light in the house, we give the systems freely to them. You see, one of the problems, sorry about that, one of the problems at the moment with the teaching, we see it, is an obsolete physics, chemistry, biology, which has to be done to fill in the books. It has no relevance. So we started plasma teaching. We will set up, it's just a matter of a few weeks. It's just we are financially positioning ourselves to be able to deliver this. What it means, we will provide every technical meaning within the reach of the Keshe Foundation through delivery of the free energy system for the families. Which means in Africa, the process will be that every household within coming times will receive a unit which absorbs CO2 freely. If they can't afford it in Africa, freely will be given to them by the foundation. When you have the CO2, and then at the same time we provide back to it the new energy systems. I heard today from the developers, they have improved the energy production by 300% since yesterday, because they're getting to know how to do it better. So now, in being able to have a CO2 kit, you have a free energy. And in being able to have the free energy, you can create conditions to have clean water. Then you can allow the children to be supplied energy, food, directly through the water. So we are going back to the essence of no killing. You don't need to kill an animal to receive what you need to survive and enjoy the life. And then with being able to take children out of hunger and lack of energy, then in the process we start teaching our way. The new way. You don't need to read about the history of man 2000 years ago, how they killed each other, and who was an emperor and who was a conqueror. What you need to know is how to be detached from wars and being able to read and write in accordance to one basic language. That's a language of science from the initial basic point. This is part of the roadmap of Keshe Foundation for 2015. At the same time, as you are on the live stream, you can see we have a few centimeters left to land, and hopefully before end of this program, by early tomorrow morning, as we say, the units will land. What we're going to do, we lift it further higher, and then we allow it to land again, which means it's not coincidental. And then Arman has already set the scene. You see a little gray stand in the background. The new system will go up on that. It's already on it, if you can see it. It's a motor on the vertical position, on the horizontal line, to be able to see how we can dictate the position of lift. And if we succeed before we break up for the holidays, we'll carry on, we'll show it to you. So, children, always remember, if you say what has happened, what do you remember, is we say we remember when we landed on the moon. Everybody remembers the first landing with Apollo. Now, without burning any fuel on Earth, we land. And we're going to repeat it, that is 100% confirmed. We showed in past week, we descended by about 18 centimeters. Now we reset our system, and in past, if you see the blue line on live stream, that is at the moment, about an hour ago, we have come down by 2 centimeters. Hopefully by tonight or tomorrow morning we land. This is a significant move in the history of man. We teach every child how to be. To see now, for example, to go from, let's say, from Freetown, or if you go from Banjul in Gambia, if you want to come to Europe or to America or to anywhere else to see how the world is, you have to save a lot of money for air ticket, because the fuel has to be paid for. Because we made the fuel that expensive that the rich stay rich and the poor stays poor, and the what you call mishandling of society carries on. With a system like this, the cost to come to Washington, to London, and to interact with other children, to learn to be part of the world community, will be less than 10 cents. Because we are not burning any fuel. we are not destroying any environment. The changes in 2015 through what we have now put out, it'll be so radical that a lot of people can't even imagine what is to come. The biggest problem is not to take off. This is what I was telling to the knowledge seekers today. The biggest problem is to understand the landing. What's use you stay in the air when you cannot land where you want to land? We are understanding, we're trying to understand the process of the landing using the technology. So in the new year, we'll go to the next phase of takeoff, landing, and the rest. We will show new systems, maybe even tomorrow, which people think this technology is far behind, where the 4 frontiers of this technology will be available to see. So we have deliberately now, Arman and Marco have set the reactor that you can see. It's still too far. We still don't see the leg when it lands. There's still a shadow on it, but we'll sort it out later on. So it's still too far. It's going to be on the leg. When it lands, you can see it. I'm talking to Marco and Arman. We don't need it. You can put it on the floor. Put it just that we can see when it touches the ground. It's there. You just put it right, turn the camera and put it on the floor. That when it lands, we see the landing. Come on, Arman. Every child wants to land. So you see how correct it is. You watch for the first time science when it's having in the lab live. There are people like Arman and Marco and other people like Dr. Elia and others around the world are paving the road of their own time to make sure the children of the next generation and the present generation will have a better life than we had and we've seen. You will see them, if you go on live stream, you see them, they're changing it live. We are going so close to show the landing that is not coincidental. It is vital, it's absolutely important. Because once this happens, and we're going to repeat it again for a second time, this means man is free of the shackles of the forces of this planet, the gravitational and magnetic field. What this means is that we can land directly, we can take off directly without burning any fuel. The minute this system, the legs of this system touch the ground, the minute this system lands, you see it touching the ground, the man history of past thousands of years is finished. We copied the birds, we made the aeroplanes. Now this is a universal system. And when it lands, it means borders, nationalities, races and creeds have come to an end, because now we become all one and we can go anywhere we like. And we can land anywhere we like. And this is a change for the youngsters, for the youth, and for what we call the children. That's why it's a children program. And it's beautiful to see this during the children program, because this will touch the life of every child on this planet. In the coming weeks, you will see the toys which will bring this to you. If you are interested in toys and how you can enjoy, I think not many children will go and play with the computers and iPads anymore in the coming years. When you can float, when you can be on a bicycle without wheels, you see how far we are. We are less than a centimeter away from landing. The camera has been placed in that way that you can see it. You do not hover, you fly. Because we don't create any magnetic fields that creates levitation. This is positioning. The system gradually is finding its position in respect to the ground, and it will land. This is one of the most beautiful things for your children. You can, what you saw as most expensive toys you could dream, by having the little guns which you get a free unit in Africa as a CO2 kit. You put it in a ping pong ball and you can start it. Then you have your own airborne surfboard. You find a way you can travel around very simply, because this system produces very little energy on the background as well. If you're floating 1 or 2 or 10 centimeters from the ground, and you have a little motor hairdryer in the back, you can go anywhere. This is amazing system, what is coming and what will be available to man.
Mr. Kesh, just one short question. Can I just interrupt you?
Yes.
Remember, you mentioned once that within the Earth's atmosphere, you could go even up because it would catapult you probably out of this atmosphere if you go beyond 40,000 whatever Mach or whatever that is. But beyond that Earth's atmosphere, it could go beyond.
We can go with the speed of light even in this atmosphere.
Really? Oh, okay.
But yeah, but the thing is, we have a horizon. Horizon on Earth is limited to around 20-30 kilometers and less. Horizon means being able to see the end, one end, where the curvature of the Earth will take the sight away. You can see it on the seas, on the oceans. The speed limitation is a man's thinking, but you can go right through the surface of the Earth. There is no problem. You can go thousands of times faster than the speed of light. These things, these restrictions which were put by the scientists who did not understand the true meaning of universal forces, was because of their own limitation, of their own mind and thinking. I'll always say, sorry about that. In the 18th century, 19th century, sorry, when the cars came out, they said if you go faster than 25 miles, your eyes will pop out and your ears will bleed. And they have put the same restriction by the ones who never understood that the speed of light is the maximum speed. You see now, Arman and Marco are setting that they show the landing time. This system, when it lands, it has a significant implications for the mankind. Children will be the first beneficiaries. Can you imagine you'll be sitting on this box and you're floating? You can play on it. You don't have no weight limitation. We can put as much weight as you like on this system, because it doesn't carry any energy. It finds its position as long as you are within the system parameters. So in next few minutes, hopefully, I hope we can be present when it comes to landing. On one side you see it is landing because it's slightly tipped. Marco is trying to find the time to show. It's 7:40 in the evening on the 10th of December 2014. That you all can see the time when this thing lands, when it touches the ground. It's an amazing position. You see the tip, the bottom of the blue line, that's where we started about an hour and a half ago. Arman is here with me. And you can see the top tip of the pen. That it shows where it is now. We come down by about 2-3 centimeters. We got about a centimeter left to touchdown.
Mr. Kesh, this should be all over the news, actually. This should be primetime news, but this shows how the media is totally controlled. And
the thing is, we know Fox, which is the main news carrier worldwide, has been instructed by royal families and other people around the world not to broadcast anything to do with Keshe Foundation.
Okay, thank you.
We know this. They have told us. As you know, a number of world famous news anchors are Iranians. And they have told us we cannot even talk about your technology, Mr. Keshe. They've been told they cannot do so. If somebody gets shot, you get a text, somebody got killed. You know, on my iPhone, I get only one news, and it all comes from BBC. Such and such a guy bombed, this guy killed. Yes, in past 4 days, I've received 4 texts from BBC. And it's who was killed, and how he was killed, and how many people killed. And I go on a Japanese television, there is no such a news. Because by killing, they are not giving you the news. They are telling, if you don't do what we say, this is what we're going to do with you. So, in so many ways, when this system lands, there is no border anymore. Because as you can come down, you can go up.
Mr. Keshe, what is the RPM right now of the cores?
Pardon?
Question. What is the RPM of the cores right now?
2000, we haven't touched anything. Everything has been kept at 2000 RPM, which is revolution per minute for the children if they don't understand. This is a perfect picture. Thank you very much. It's absolutely gorgeous. It shows the time of landing. But it's a bit lopsided. You've seen it. One leg is up. It's like a little dog, but it's perfect. No, the unit has been hung that way. It's absolutely perfect. So
has it been that way? Sorry, has it been hung that way, or is that what the forces will try to do? It'll try to, or the fields will try to do. Sorry, will try to find a way to balance, and even if that means rotating.
You see what happened, you've got to understand the principle. I've been told you keep on telling people you don't understand. I've been accused of this means we are stupid. When I say the word you don't understand, means it needs a lot of thinking to understand. But it's a terminology I've got used to for years and it hurts a lot of people, but at the same time I keep on using it. So we are not the stupid, we don't understand. But what happens actually is, I was explaining this to Armin and Elia yesterday. You see 4 little brass balls. You don't see them, but they are rotating at about 2000 revolution per minute. What is happening in this process? In these little balls, which is about 2 centimeter diameter, we have put plasmas, floating plasmas, what we call GANs. And in rotating them at this speed, these plasmas are like sun. But in each container, in each ball, in each what we call core, there is millions of these little plasmas, atomic plasmas. Each plasma is like a sun. And what does the sun do? Sun continuously radiates light out, energy out. And what happened? The energy gets spread across the solar system. Part of it becomes the heat we receive, part of it goes somewhere else, become different things. In this core, in these 4 cores, the same thing is happening, but the suns are these little balls. And inside these little balls, the brass balls, there are millions of little suns. And they're all radiating fields out. And part of these fields pass the wall of these cores, which is what you see. And then when they come out, because of the spin and rotation in the core, they get absorbed and interact between each other, and they get trapped in the center of the system between the 4 cores. So now what we are doing, we are putting all the bits, what comes out like little pebbles from each core into this center core, which is in the air, it has no containment because they're all connected magnetically. And it's like me putting little pebbles in your pocket. First pebble you don't feel, but if I put 100, 200 pebbles, the jacket gets heavy, it pulls you down. And then if I put more pebbles, the jacket comes off your back. So what happens now, instead of pebbles, we are putting plasmatic magnetic field, little plasmas getting added. And then the mass of the plasma in the center you don't see increases enough.
Sorry, Mr. Keshe, we're getting some more sound.
Sound is not good. Okay, is it better now? Are we better? Is it better now? Is it better? Okay. So what happens is that these little, instead of pebbles, now we're putting plasmas into this center of these cores. And it's getting heavier and it's getting more powerful and interacts with the planet. So it's getting pulled in. We are increasing the mass. So that's why the system is coming down. The system weighs about 11.5 kilograms totally. So we are not moving a few grams. It's about 11.1 or 11.2 kilogram, 11.5 kilogram, something in that region. With a magnetic shield, you see a cover on the top. This cover is about 13 kilos, 13.5 kilo, I remember we did. Around about 12, 13 kilos. So we are not moving a few, it's the weight of a child. This is the weight of a child, 4 or 5 year old child, 3, 4 year old child, which is hovering. Imagine if we put a 3 or 4 year old child on a what we call a surf like this. Then he floats. And then you can play around the house. This is the change which is coming in. And that's how we increase the weight. So, but when you increase the weight in these systems, it becomes irrelevant because the field which covered by the system, you can become 200 kilo or 1,000 kilo. You still keep the same position as long as you are within the sphere of the field. So, this is what the future holds. This is what, when you want to go shopping, you don't take the car and you don't have to go look for a petrol station. Because once you made your system, these little cores will last for thousands of years. The sun lasts for millions and billions of years. So this is the same process, a smaller size. No child in the future will live in the cold because parents don't have money to pay. Because now the energy has become totally free, and by this landing we show further. And no child, as I said before, needs to go to sleep hungry. Because all you need to do once you landed, you don't want to land all the time, but the reactors run and they create energy. If you can convert the energy into heat or condensation, you have free clean water from atmosphere. And then you put the energy which is in these cores, in the center which landed, into the water. It's food. What do you do when you eat food? You take energy from the apple, from bread. Now, parents don't have the money to pay for the food. The water is your food because it gives you, and you don't feel hungry. The hunger is not there. The lack of energy is not there. This landing will change a lot of things for mankind. And especially for the children in the coming months and years. One of the projects and one of the principles we have agreed, because now the Keshe Foundation is 50% shareholder in the company of manufacturing, every cent we make from sales of the products, which is the share of the foundation, goes back to give units to the humanity irrespective of color, race and religion. Now we see how many people suddenly become the supporters of Keshe Foundation because they want the unit to be able to have the free energy, they want the unit to be able to have clean water, and in a simple way, we change the ethos of humanity. Unconditional supply and resources. And 2015 will be the beginning of it. Actually, by the end of this year, within the next 2 weeks, the first units freely given to the world population will go out from the foundation. If you are a child from Mexico, as you are on the line, and you know poor children in your country, you can start a Keshe Foundation for children, that the poor children can have the systems, and then the energy systems comes with it, and the process for other things which is on the way. We change the life of every child on this planet in the coming years. Not by promises, because we are not politicians, but by what the rich buys to benefit by it, which through it we benefit the ones who cannot afford. So the society will become equal. This is the change. It's a beautiful change for the youngsters.
I was wondering what Hector might think about that, some of those comments, and was wondering if he had any comments of his own about that idea, and any questions or anything else he'd like to add to the conversation. Perhaps we can hear from Hector.
Hi, hi. So first, I just wanted to get clear. Is this flying or something?
Yes, it's not flying, it's positioning. Fly when you are with the air disposition. Aeroplane flies because it what do you call it? It moves and changes the position of the air. A bird flies. A universal system positions itself. You create fields which positions you. If it's the simplest way is get two magnets in your hand and put the two sides which are opposite to each other, you see they come together. And if you put the two sides which are similar, you find out they find a distance between each other. You can't put them together. This is exactly what's happening with this system. Is creating a field which creates a position in respect to the Earth magnetic field and gravitational field.
All right. Well, yeah, about that. I think like I just been waiting for this like my whole life. As yeah, it's very interesting. I think it's great that you're doing that, and yeah, I think that could really make a radical change on things, like not only on the scientific things, but also in practical life to all people who is made even rich or poor or whatever, but that as I don't know, I remember if it was Rick or Amarok who says that we're evolving. So I think this is really a big step for the evolve of the humanity, and congratulations really for making all this.
Maybe it's a time that we look for the Cash Foundation for Youth around the world, that we distribute the units to the youth which has no financial position. This is one of the things that we'll set up in the roadmap of 2015, is that we will try not to supply units to charities or people who are influenced by who will get the units, but the unit goes directly to the children because they have to be the beneficiary of it. It's them who suffer most than the adults. Because what we've seen with the other programs around the world, when things become freely available, adults tend to abuse it very quickly, where children tend to be more fair, to be more correct in distribution of wealth, in distribution of science and technology. So one of the things which we will encourage in 2015 is Keshe Foundation Youth Group, and we tried, and one of the ways we'll do, we give priority to them. If they can send, there is such a child, they need such a thing, that the CO2 kit, like in different part of the world, especially for clean water with all sorts of infections, can be used by the children, given to the youth to start looking after the changing the ethos from the root, from the beginning. We have seen the abuse, for example, when the rice is given to charity organizations to distribute, it's become money for them, and then their own family has had it first. And the real poor people, the ones who need it, they have to queue up to get a little, if any. This way we try to change the position. And the Keshe Foundation, because it's a science for the future, as a technology for the future, will work through the teenagers. For example, you can start the system in process in Mexico. Speak to the Mexico, what they call it, Mexican Cash Foundation, and become part of changing the rules in your own structure in your own country. The problem at the moment is it's another week, 10 days. When we'll announce that we have, let's say, 1,000 or 2,000 or 10,000 free units to be given to poor families that they can start benefiting by it, mainly in the third world nations, initially for cleaning up the water, till the energy units are marketed, then you will see how people will change.
Sorry,
Most go that way.
how does this work for the water? I mean,
For
like the cleaning the water?
you just the CO2 which you absorb from the air, you just add 1 or 2 drops into the water, contaminated water, and most of the material is absorbed to it and it sinks to the bottom. And the water on top is become totally drinkable. This has been shown by the university in Sierra Leone to be correct. And tomorrow, hopefully in the workshops, we'll announce new position in respect to Keshe Foundation for cleaning up worldwide programs. Tomorrow morning, if you listen to the Keshe Foundation Thursday talks, most probably I will not be here. Marco will start the process till I arrive, till I join in. And we will announce in time how the things have changed. So you don't need to have, you receive a kit. All you need to do is to put a half a liter of salt water into it. The process starts. Then you can harvest the material you absorb. The container, everything comes with it. And then you use the material to add to the drinking water. Any contaminated water, most of it should be able to be cleaned up. So we give you the system free. It's totally free to the third world nations, the children who cannot afford it, the families who don't have the money to even, $2 is the salary of maybe a week of a father for a family of 2 or 3. But now, instead of him not being able to give clean water and even energy to his children to be able to live, a lot of children die in the third world nations due to contaminated water. We know for a fact, we will release some more data in the coming months, that even mosquito, which is malaria larva, when it's attached to this material, will most probably change characteristics. So, it keeps on moving. No, because we have two. Is it better now? Okay, now I don't like to do it this way, but I have to do it this way. I look like a Mickey Mouse with 2 headphones, because we record everything here as well. So what happens is that you will be able to have the water. I have asked our colleagues at the manufacturing side that what we call water decontamination units to be released as fast as possible, more or less at the same time as CO2 kits. So a child doesn't need to die because of contaminated water with diarrhea and the rest. And then with a small amount of electricity which is produced, now we see it, the units will be there. In fact, what we are doing, the basis of the Oasis system is getting a structure to be released early next year. Clean water, enough light to be able to live, and hopefully by the end of the year we can provide a system which provides shelter too. But the shelter will come in a longer process. But more or less after New Year, we are targeting for at least 1 new product which can change the humanity every month or at least every week or so. And all of it will be, the rich will pay the full amount. We have brought a new system in. There is a minimum purchase for unit, and then there is a minimum donation. What it means, you can donate minimum for 1 unit. And then, or you can pay for 1 unit if you just want to have the unit. And whatever is collected either way will go back, 50% of it at least, the other half, it depends on the manufacturers, what they want to do with their profit, will go back to the third world nation. Not the third world nations, even in Western Europe, some 20% of children go hungry to bed because the parents cannot afford it. So we try to cover all aspects in every direction. The changes are huge, and now we have a say how we're going to change. The medical units, the medical units can release pain, will be released in next 2 weeks maximum. It's already gone into the process of production, cutting and the rest. Maybe by first week of January it'll be in the market from the Keshe Foundation. So we go for every aspect to release technology worldwide in the masses. And the ones who can't afford it, we support it. Then the next one will be toys. We're actually less than a centimeter to land. Any other question?
Yeah, I was just typing that in the live stream chat there because I've been watching it while we've been discussing this. And you can definitely see that it's gone down further than it was at 740.
It is landing. The eagle is not the eagle, but the thing is the unit is literally landing. It's a matter of minutes.
Why don't you call it the dove instead of the eagle?
It's a dove of peace, but I hope the people will understand. But we have to see. I think the back leg is more or less touching. I think the back leg is more or less touching. I can see, huh? But the wire can't see.
Looks like the broadcast ended.
The broadcast is ended.
It'll come back on. Yeah.
It's coming back on again.
Yeah.
It's loading. The wires is blocking to see the back wheels to be there. It'll be done before end of the night. We will see the full landing, and this is historical in a way that it will be there. Tomorrow morning we will have a a landed bird. Marco is shaking his head. You should see. We haven't shown the unit which Marco is made ready. Oh, you're gonna be shocked if you see that one. Totally scientific. You could not even imagine what is sitting in the lab, in the other lab on the other side. We'll try to put a live stream on it tomorrow.
Well, something to look forward to for the workshop.
It is from a space world. He's laughing. He spent a lot of time making this in past 2 weeks. I think the children will enjoy this.
Sorry, was that Armin or Marco that's doing that?
Marco.
Okay.
Armin is laughing, but
that's what I was wondering about.
Marco's system. He built a system, very, very precise system, and we turned it on Friday night before we leave, and on Saturday it was already start showing the sign of what we call magnetic gravitational field shake. And now we have put it with a crazier idea, and Marco has done it today, yesterday and today, actually today. And now it is what we said, the fish tank is ready. I think it'll be nice for the children to see. Pardon?
The building of it just gets simpler though, doesn't it?
It's become very simpler. You see, it was a progress. I always say every time they stopped us to develop, we became better in developing. The more they stopped us, the more they blocked us to stop the technology to come out. The more technology became accessible and easier. Now I think the whole system $2, $5. Yeah, it's not even. How much is the motor? It's a toy. Pardon?
Can you say this again?
Yeah,
Can you say
the new system which Marco has made. Hello, can you hear us? Yeah. The unit which Marco has made is a space unit, what we call a star formation unit, and it costs less than $10, if that. I think if you mass produce it in China, it'll be about $2, and it's like a toy for a child. It's been put in a place to see how it goes, and we will see the game will play. Actually, it has a huge scientific application, and it'll be a warning. What do you call it, for the children? If you like to go submarining, you will enjoy this. Because you can get into the ball and go and see whatever you like. It is a fantastic system. Can we have a look? Can we show it to the children? It's a children program. Can you take the camera across to the other lab? Maybe we can show. Is there any way we can show it? We are not. We are very advanced, but our communication system. We're gonna. Marco is trying to. The camera is in a drawer. I think it'll be fantastic for children to see this. It's a huge revolution and evolution in technology for children. You have to see it. It's like things from, what do you call it? Back to the Future? No, it's a Back to the Future. It is absolutely beautiful. How it's been made, and up to now we always had the problem with the gravity. Now we have a beautiful condition in submerging. So it's a pre-test before submerging, and if it comes okay, because it showed past 2 days was hanging here, was showing the can do, then you will see this one. It's beautiful the way it's done. And it's a submarine system. It's a new submarine system, which can take as many people as you like, and it costs less than $20 with the housing. Yeah. Marco has gone to take a picture and see if he can upload it. You can see it. It's in a fish tank, as I call it. In a fish tank. Any other question till we get the pictures? Pardon? And yeah, it says it's, and the fish is around, Armin says.
Mr. Kesh, can you tell us the
We're still using CO2?
Could you just say that line again? That it's CO2?
It is a CO2. It's a CO2 gas. And it is actually made out of Christmas balls, the balls you hang on the Christmas tree, which cost about, I don't know, 5 cents each, if that. Filled in with a gas. It's put in a ball which comes from the game units. If you're a child and you go to these machines where there's a toy inside it, so the ball is that, which costs nothing. And then it's just a motor. Where are we gonna, this is it. Marco has got it. We're gonna see if we can show it to you on a chip. The chip has arrived. Okay, it's there. Let us load it. While we are doing it, we show you.
I was wondering if Hector had any more questions or anything he'd like to say toward the end of the workshop here. We're up to about an hour now. We don't usually go too much longer in the workshop.
Oh, I think this is worth it. Just wait.
Yep, definitely.
This is absolutely worth it to see. This is a piece of art.
and as I said, plasma is artistic and humanity. Humanity is artistic.
That's 2013, Paul. No, it's not that one. It's not the one. Go back. Go look at the private disk. No. No.
Sorry.
We are to go by date, no? TBM, no? We're trying to find this picture. At the moment we are looking into the disk.
All right.
Back, just let us. Yeah.
Oh, if you want, I wait to see a
It's
picture.
here. We need this. Okay, just there.
No, it's okay. I'll wait to see a picture. I don't understand. All right. Yes. Thanks.
Still descending on
Go
the
on
star
a
formation.
date modified folder. Maybe we see. It's the 10th of December. Yeah. Today. There it is. What is 2 kilobytes? We'll see if it opens up. No. And the other one? No. Are you sure you took a picture? Okay, we'll see. Go back. Let's see if we can get it. We're trying to get this picture out for you if we can. No. 10, 12 here, there. No. You need to. No, it's not in there. Maybe it's the wrong date on it. We don't know. Modify by date. Date modify. There it is. It's sitting at the bottom. Ah, there it is. Okay, how are we gonna load it up? How are you gonna? We don't like to screen share because they can break. They can come into the computer. Just give us time. Let's try. Okay, we open it.
Just copy it to your computer, to your desktop, and then drag it into the conversation, and then it'll post to the Skype.
Ah, okay, do it that way. Let's see where we. Just wait, drag it direct. Go in it and drag it. Where was it?
Where is the mouse?
The mouse is there. Which one was? Is it that one? Are you sure? Have you received it?
Yeah, it's coming through.
So we got to see if it's the right one. We don't see it. Can you go? Okay, let us see. We just want. Let's see on the live stream if we can see it. No, on the live stream. That's a live stream. Okay.
Still waiting in the Skype. It's coming now.
In the meantime, is there anything else we can talk about while it's downloading?
Yeah. What about the video you took of it? Is with a big folder. That. What's this one? What's the other one?
Okay, I've got the picture.
You see a ball?
Second here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Got it.
Can you put it on live stream that we see if it's the right one?
It's a bowl with balls in it and a cup.
Okay, if you put it on live stream, we have a look.
Yeah, it's
Can we
up
go on
there
live
now.
stream and see it? Yeah. Okay, yeah, can we load this up?
With screen sharing, maybe.
Yeah, put the screen share. Can we go to screen share? What we're gonna do, Rick, if you can keep this for tomorrow, we show it tomorrow. Share the screen with it and let's see what happens. Go ahead. We're gonna share a screen with you. Okay, wait. Open the camera, call. Share a screen. Now we start, have a look. It's amazing. Have you received it?
Just coming through now. Just let me get it bigger so I can get a good picture. Oh, I can't do it bigger. Okay, I have to do it differently. I'm just getting it set up. Yeah, we're just getting it now. Coming through on the live stream. Should be arriving shortly. Got your screen. Trying to get it narrowed down a little bit. There we go. Okay.
Can we see the live stream?
That looks like a fishing bobber. Is that what that is?
No, the other,
Okay.
no, not here.
There is somebody that built a reactor using fishing bobbers. So it did look like that.
No,
Well,
live stream.
Oh yeah, but we cannot, you know, because when we change, they see the same as we see, so we cannot.
We see it.
Hey,
Oh,
can
if you
you
go.
set the volume down, Marshall, on the video?
They see
Set the
whatever
volume
we
down,
see
please.
now. If we
But
go on live stream, they will see live stream. Now they see this.
do they? Oh, I didn't. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Which one are we going to see? This one, yeah. So that's a screen share, huh? Yeah, that's what they're seeing. You've seen it?
Once again.
Yeah, you can see it there.
What happens? This system will create a gravitational magnetic field because we've seen it. And what it's going to do, we are going to put this one in the swimming pool here where we have a special underground swimming pool that is a backup pool. So we allow it to submerge in the water. And then we see how it goes up and down according to the plasma is created in the reactor. The total cost of this system is less than $10, if that, $5. This is independent of the shape and the size of the material. There is actually what you see as a black disc at the bottom is a half a kilo weight disc to hold it in the position. So we stop sharing screen.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Yeah. So this is what we said from earlier on in our programs that to you it's what you call for a lot of children. This is needed to be done, this test, because in the space everywhere is not a solid land that you can land. Most of the planetary systems and other pieces in the universe are in liquid state. So we need to be able to submerge. And this is the beginning of the on the right way to do it. And we'll see how we submerge. We can control the submergence, we can control the positioning, and we have a bunch of other scientists around the world who are joining us in developing these technologies further in system control and measurement.
That's an interesting idea you just brought up that I'd forgotten entirely about, that most worlds might be liquid and that to explore them would require us to go under liquids. It may not be water, it may be ammonia or some other strange liquids that we would have to have force fields around the craft to protect it and so on, and use the technology that you talk about.
Now we see it in practice. We see on the live stream on the other channel, we are landing, and we see on this channel how we show you the videos of how we are actually trying to submerge. So two sides of developments are going hand in hand with each other, which is very important for the work of an organization like us. You can see it is literally millimeters away before landing. We have to come to an end with this broadcast as we agreed. I think the back leg has already landed. Check.
Yep,
The
it
back leg,
definitely
it is. Is a wire or it has landed? Just shout here. The back leg has landed. Just check here. I think so. Because it's not in balance. It looks like the back right hand leg has landed, so it's actually very much historical in what we have achieved. And you can see it's very much controlled landing in so many ways. If you have achieved this, you see how controlled it is that the whole structure will gradually land in one go.
Is it possible, Mr. Kesh, that this could try to go even further and
Yes,
damage
we have to lift it up, because if you don't lift the frame up, the frame will crush itself. The weight will push down. And what is it landed?
1 or 2 millimeter. You
1
can
or 2.
still push.
Yeah, but put the wire. Did you put there is a wire in front of it when you look. There's a blue and white wire because we don't see it. Can you take the camera behind and show it how far it is? You can move the camera back.
It's attached to the computer and the cable is not.
Move the computer. We have it. It'll be nice for them to see.
I don't think you'll need to here in a couple of minutes. That front leg will come down and touch the ground.
Marco says you can just push a piece of paper underneath of it. Show it. Go down and show it. It's for children.
4 legs is considering landing.
And one leg is still is. When you land, you go on one leg. You don't land. We are not playing hotchscotch, huh? We're playing reality of what is there. I say in a few, because I don't see it, I see it as you do, but we don't see pictures. Where are you? We don't see you going there. Did you look from distance?
No.
No, because we don't see.
Yeah, I didn't go.
Ah, you gotta go.
From no.
Oh, there it is. Marco is in. He is. He's still there. We gotta see. The back leg is more or less coming to touch the ground. We see if we can take the camera. It's that's the front leg. Yeah, it's just a few millimeters off. Just a few millimeters off. You can see it. It hasn't landed yet because with the wire in front of it, looks as it's landing. As you see, just on the background, you see on the right-hand side, there's a shiny ball. That's the reactor number 5, which is pulling the fields that the system has to interact with. It's more or less interacts with the imaginary, or what we call free plasma. No, we don't see all the 4 legs. We need to see all the 4 legs. You gotta turn the camera. It needs to turn. We see the silver reactor. It's been a long day for us, and we see it is literally will land in the next few minutes, in the next half an hour. And it is amazing how we achieved it, and it shows it's very much controlled system landing, and unfortunately it's not like NASA. The same man didn't go on the moon. We did land, and it is very nice to see how it landed at the end. It's nice to show this during the children's program that such a thing has been achieved. If you want to keep the live stream for children ongoing, after we finish, that they can see the landing, then they can always have a look at it.
Okay, we can do that.
It's a matter of half an hour, 20 minutes, I think, that we will see where the Eagle landed. If somebody could register the time, it'll be fantastic. But we have to lift it up, otherwise the frame will crash. The weight will crash the whole system down to the ground, and then it'll start crackling and disintegrating. And it's taken a long time to build the system. What we're going to do, we're going to lift it up again a few centimeters, and then allow it to land again. It's just there.
I think it's more like a homing pigeon than an eagle or a dove. It's the homing pigeon of peace.
Peace.
Yes.
It is. It'll carry a lot of things. You see, there are two reactors in the background. One on the ground floor, silverish, and one, if you look right through the frame, you see like a microphone in the background on the plastic surface. Once we land, that reactor will come into operation. What is interesting is that if you notice the fields have not changed in past 7 days. It's more or less very much the same. Very little has changed. So it shows you do not take anything even from the environment to achieve this positioning. It's a very interesting position. I think we'll end the broadcast, or at least we say goodbye on the live, on the Skype. It was a very interesting, what do you call, children's program, and they can see how their future will change.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kesh.
Very
That
much.
was
Thank you so
excellent.
much. Feel very honored.
Leave the live stream on, and then we'll most probably be with you tomorrow. If anybody is watching, we don't see it on the live stream channel, just put the time of the landing when you see the one first and the others land or touch the ground.
Okay, I'm sure we can do that.
Well, sure.
Thank you very much indeed. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
Oh, bye, Mr. Keshe.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye for now. Okay, well that's not the end of the 10th Kids Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And we'll carry on with the broadcast here and watch the live stream. Just so people know, I'll zero in on the, no, I'll type it out, the URL for the live stream broadcast from the Spaceship Institute so that people can click into it. Actually, no, we can't put it in the chat because it won't show up. We can put it in maybe as a...
Yeah, are you just going to leave the kids workshop going just on?
Yes.
You can the audio, and
Right.
just leave the video going, and then we can come back on audio wise while when it happens or something. So if we do that, we should be able to do that. So you want to turn off the audio, and I'll just stop the recording on this side for the audio.
Okay, that sounds good. So the audio will be off from now on the workshop until otherwise notified, and we'll continue watching the Spaceship Institute live channel, live from SSI, with the landing of the homing pigeon 1.
That's right. Good job. Yes. Okay. Stopping the audio. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, both of you. Thank you, Hector, Eric.
Thanks very much. Sorry, may I just ask something else?
Sure. Yes.
It's just, I'm sorry.
We're still on the live stream, right? Is that what you want? You want to put it on live stream? Is that okay?
Sorry?
We're on the live stream still. Do you want to make it on live stream? Is that okay?
Oh, I don't know.
You just want to ask a question to us separately?
Sure.
Okay, I'll turn off the audio in the live stream then in that case. Okay.
All right.
put the audio back on here.
No, I think you should. You should have recorded that. Yeah, that would have. Yeah. Yeah, I know. But now he has to repeat himself.
No, I can repeat
That's
myself. That's
awesome.
okay.
No, that was a good. That
So
was good.
maybe Hector should ask the question again, and we'll just start from scratch again, because it was pretty
Okay.
important.
All right. So from the beginning, or
From, because you asked of, so what is actually happening here? Like, were
yeah,
they floating? Right? You asked, right?
yes, like for a person who doesn't really know nothing about gravity or whatever, like what is happening, like floating or flying or what's
Right.
going on?
Okay. So let me try to answer how I answered before, and we'll
All
see
right.
if we get the same result.
And first of all, for the folks at home, this is Vince that's discussing it with Hector from Mexico. Okay.
Yeah, we were just doing some conversations as we were watching here, and Hector asked a good question, because like most people, when they see something like this, they don't understand what's happening, and to them it's just something that's moving on the screen that you can see.
Just keep it all real simple so that kids can understand, and even people like
I'll
me.
try to explain it the same way that I did before, hopefully. So what we're seeing is that the system has had a progression. It's been a progression of the way that they've managed and put the system in certain formations. If we go back on the SSI live stream, you'll see that there was a center column, and the top reactor was in a different position. And they had a weight scale hooked up, and we've seen it go up and down in weight. It was pretty extraordinary just to be able to see that go up and down in weight. So what they've done is they've changed the structure, the positioning of the top reactor, so that there is nothing in the center and nothing that we can see. And in that, they have also put the system on an elastic. And the elastic was, as you can go back on the live streams, the elastic was stretched to a point where it wouldn't stretch anymore. So they had to change that setup as well. And that was already descending. Now, when we think about these reactors coming down and descending, we have to understand that we're looking at like what the Wright brothers did. When the Wright brothers flew for the first time, they did not fly around the world after getting in the cockpit for the first time. They flew, I think it was 170 feet. Right now, we're just looking at the systems coming down for a landing. And this landing is very important because this is the first step. This is the first 170 feet that the Wright brothers did. And what it is trying to position itself. So it's positioning itself, and that could be inside the Earth, and they don't know. The Wright brothers didn't know how long they would fly either. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to, if you think about it as magnets, Rick, you had a set of magnets that would find its position. I think that was a while ago, but it was a setup, a certain formation of magnets that would allow it to be attracted and then hold it in a position away from the center magnet. And that's what would happen to this system here, is it would find its position that would be a balance and not go any further and not go any further away, but not touching. So this could be in the center of the Earth, or it could be 2 centimeters below the ground. We don't know this information yet. And also what we have to understand is, because we're just dealing with the gravitational magnetic field, or the fields that are inside of the Earth, if we can do this on the Earth, then we can do this in any environment, because it's only depending on the strength of the fields that you're creating inside of your formation, depending on the environment that you're in. So if we are able to descend here on Earth, with adding or subtracting gravitational magnetic field strengths, then we should be able to find a position in the atmosphere of the Earth, which is the gravitational magnetic field atmosphere. not just the atmosphere that we think of in terms of air. So if that can be done anywhere on Earth, then our position inside the solar system would be the same thing. We could position ourselves within the solar system using the sun as the center instead of the Earth. And if we can position ourselves in the solar system, we can position ourselves in the galaxy just by changing the strength of the gravitational magnetic field that we see in the center of the reactors, or we don't see it. It's invisible to our eyes, but it's actually there.
So may I ask, like, to make spaceships or something? Or not really?
If we're creating an environment, okay, if we create different environments, as in, let's think about the Wright brothers aircraft, okay? So
Alright.
it had a wing on top, a wing on bottom, the cockpit was open, and it was extremely dangerous to fly it because there was no protection, okay? So right now, this is what we see. There is zero protection. It's as basic as you can get. So they don't have any kind of protection. By adding a, just like we did with airplanes, we added a cockpit and we added safety features. And today we have parachutes on these planes that will help you in the safety aspect in case your engine quits and it's falling out of the sky. They can't fly anymore. There's parachutes now. And there's other safety equipment on board the airplanes and the jets that we all fly that try to make it as safe as possible. And this is what we can do here. We can add systems or add formations to be able to create a safer environment, to be able to create an environment that won't allow us to be harmed. In terms of, we think of if you're in an airplane and you turn a corner really fast, you feel the force of the formation or of the gravity, or inertia. Or you're in a car and you turn the wheel real fast while you're going fast. You get the inertia of wanting to go sideways. If we create the fields that are necessary or the strength that is necessary in the center of the formation, then we become our own planet, and we don't feel the Earth spinning. We don't get any inertia from the Earth spinning. We have no idea, if we didn't know that the Earth was spinning, that the Earth is spinning, right? Because there is no physical signs of the Earth spinning. We don't feel ourselves being pushed over if it wobbles even a little bit.
Right.
So we create the same type of fields inside the center of the starship formation as you see there, and those fields will become the point of inertia. As in, if the fields, if you use the system and you're, let's say, ascending at, let's just say, 50 miles an hour, and you make a right-hand turn, you're not going to feel any inertia inside because you've created that inertial point in the center, and it's not the thing that's turning sideways, right? You're not actually having it turn. It's positioning itself inside another environment.
Okay.
Just like the Earth spins around the sun, it's positioning itself inside the environment of the sun. So we don't feel that. Yet we're moving very fast.
Yes.
Right? So that's going to be the same thing as what will happen in the future with this formation or other formations.
So you are, how do you say in English? I'm sorry, emitting, imitando.
Yeah, emitting. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, how does the Earth moves and the sun, and how does the world works, like the ways they move, like each other and everything.
That's right. But we can also look at this at the smaller scale too, as in an atom, right?
Yeah.
With an atom, it has protons and neutrons in the center that we say, and then it has electrons flying around the outside. If you lived on the electron, let's say, you wouldn't know that the electron is spinning around the proton at almost light speed.
All right. Yes.
You wouldn't know that because you're in the electron. So the environment isn't moving. To the sun or the protons, the environment is moving. Sorry, go ahead, Rick.
I'm good. No, just to be clear that yeah, that you're in your own gravitational field in these craft that are to be flying through space, so that you're not affected by other fields directly, and you can control your environment. You can sit in an easy chair and not be all strapped down and with belts and so on, because
Exactly.
the environment is a controlled 1G gravitational environment, the same as we're comfortable with on Earth.
Now,
why would you want to make yourself uncomfortable unless you deliberately wanted to fly around a bit and float and that kind of thing? And it costs a little extra to do that with your energy costs, but it can be done as far as creating that atmosphere, that environment.
but see, I've asked myself of how do we know how to create the 1G environment? That's always been a question of mine, and I answered it myself. And that the environment is created because we're creating it in this environment.
Okay.
Okay? We were on Mars or on the moon, and we performed the same tasks in a different way because it's a different gravitational magnetic field that we'd be dealing with, then we would receive probably the gravitational constant of what that environment is.
That brings me to my idea of, once the reactors are conditioned by rotating with the GANs for a period of days, then why can't one, and we have this dropping effect going on as it lands, then it makes sense that the reactors are already conditioned to a certain point. Why not turn the entire frame upside down so the reactors are all upside down compared to the way they are now, and it should provide lift going counter to what they've been trained to exist in or move.
I think it's a little bit different than that. I think
probably
it's more to do with the when you're doing that, you're structuring the center plasma or the free plasma with the angles of which you're rotating it at. Okay, and he's said before that when you structure in a diamond formation, you can go through things, and I really believe that because we've seen it with the what we call UFOs, or they're not really UFOs anymore, are they? Because we know how they work. Because this is exactly how that they work with the free plasma. Now, like I said before, if they were on a different environment, their way of creating the environment to do with the free plasma and their lift and motion will be a little bit different for them.
So it's like if these were little, I'm just going to say, little planets that have their own gravitation force. So the Earth will be like the sun, and these planets are like moving with the force of this gravitation of the sun that will be the Earth.
Yes, but the sun is in the center, and you don't see it. Okay, it's an imaginary sun in the very center, and by positioning the top reactor, you can think of it as moving the sun up and down according to the plane of the planets. Okay. So right now we spin at the roughly, I'm going to say, the equator of the sun, where we spin right around the equator of the sun. Okay. Now take the sun and move it so that it's we're spinning around the South Pole. Okay, so the sun is above the equator. It's going to change the formation of our solar system.
Okay, I got it better now.
Okay, so if we change the formation of our solar system, we're going to be in a different position according to what the solar system is positioned by, and that's the center of the galaxy. So by changing the position of the sun, we could end up on the other side of the galaxy almost instantaneously.
But without the force, for example, of a car that you must wear your belt, your seat belt, because well, without that force, right? I mean,
Yeah, we wouldn't have any force, any inertia, because the sun, its
inertia.
environment, we would just be the environment of the sun. So think of it as like the sun is getting positioned, right? And we are along for the ride.
All right.
But there's no ride. It just happens.
All right. All right. Yeah, I got it better now. It's kind of like Star Wars something.
I think it's more advanced than Star Wars can think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think beyond Star Wars, even further. Yeah, it's and it gets more out there the more you get into it. So
It's not even up. It's actually, sorry, Rick. It's literally out there. It gets more out there.
Yes, and the more you go out, the more you go in as well, because you learn more about the nano world, and you learn more about your inner world inside yourself at the same time. And so that's part of this this new sort of teaching is being able to do both.
We have 8:57 CET, and it looks to me like that back leg is down. I don't see any line or any shadow underneath of it.
Which back leg, on the left side or
on the right side?
No, it's still got a shadow under it, I'd say.
Think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of millimeters maybe.
Yeah, he tried to put a plastic thing underneath of it, and it moved the platform, so it was still another millimeter or two. Yeah.
Okay.
But thanks for the explanation, Vince. That was really good.
Yeah, thanks.
Here's I'll put a diagram on that illustrates what we call the free plasma, or sometimes it's called the ghost plasma. And this is just an illustration on the live stream. With you can see where it says ghost plasma in the center, and it's kind of highlighted in a yellowy globe besides the four yellow GANs reactors. And that is basically the resultant plasma from the interaction of the reactors. And it's likely going to be invisible and likely will have its own existence without even being able to see it. And it may be measured by magnetic measuring tools, and it may only be a pulse that comes out every so often. It may not be a constant magnetic field easily measurable because it's a plasma. So that's what can be played with, is this ghost plasma as the resultant force, the resultant, not force, the resultant plasma that occurs from the interaction of the other forces there. So it's quite interesting in terms of what we see at the Spaceship Institute now.
But with this picture that you have on right here, you can see that it would be difficult to position that top reactor. It would be hard to move that ghost plasma up or down due to the positioning of the center pole. So that's what we have, or they have done with the SSI reactor, is they have changed and removed that center pole and moved it so that the top reactor is a lot further down. You can see that on the live stream. It looks squished.
And it's mounted from the top rather than the bottom, so you remove the center pin, you're saying, right?
Exactly. So the center pin is gone, so it's not allowing any interaction with that free plasma. Because if you notice, if you look at that picture, the center pin is going directly through that free plasma. So it has an
Yes.
interaction with it.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
it's limiting the amount of fields that are being included into that ghost or free plasma. So you remove that, and all of a sudden you're dealing with directly the environment that you're in. You're dealing directly with the air that's around you and everything else that we live in as a plasma ourselves. So then now by positioning the top reactor and then by positioning it down, where do you think the reactors want to go? It should be pretty easy to determine if you want to ascend or descend.
Okay.
So you position the top reactor down, chances are you're going to go down. That's what I think they've shown here. You position the top reactor up more, you're going to go up or lose
Okay.
weight.
Okay. But without adding or taking out weight.
All you're doing is positioning that top reactor. No adding or
Great.
removing any kind of weight.
Great.
And
So
that's why
no,
dynamic positioning, so that I can do the movement itself while it's running to see any changes.
nice, great. So if, for example, we could say that in the Earth, the ghost plasma of the Earth is like the space. I mean,
Yeah, the ghost plasma of the Earth is in the center core of the Earth.
okay.
Okay, just like the ghost plasma of the sun is in the center core of the sun. So we just need to be able to create this ghost or this plasma with the reactors or with the GANs because they are closest to that plasma or that strength. So we have to create the environment when nature, as in the universe, does it automatically, does it
Okay.
with what's in the environment, right? So our sun was created from what's in the environment, just like we were created from what's in the environment. But now you can also take that environment and you can add or change the gravitational magnetic field or another reactor or another star formation or two more star formations and change the entire way that that plasma will react. In other words, you can create materials because you're changing the gravitational magnetic field at a point. But that's for future. Let's just deal with the flight.
Yeah.
Enough one
Well,
right now.
well, that's the beginning.
It's the beginning, exactly.
Oh, nice.
And it can go to all aspects. So this is what Mr. Kesh was talking about today by having water, clean
Yes.
water for everybody.
Oh yeah.
That's what we can do. And if you want to be able to have energy, well, we can do that. We just have to find the way to do it because we have the energy of the earth, and we know that the energy of the earth that it puts out is in the billions or jillions of watts, right? We're just accessing it through the material way, which is through wind or nuclear coal or whatever else.
All right. Nice. Oh,
Anybody else have anything to add?
sorry, I couldn't hear you before.
Does anybody else have anything to add?
I'm fine for now.
I'm hungry.
Okay.
Otherwise, fine. I see it doesn't seem to have dropped too much in the last little while. We can carry on though with broadcasting on the workshop if we like. What do you think, Vince? Should we just keep it open?
Oh, we could always send the people over to the SSI live stream. It looks like it's slowing down or just not happening right away, so it could be another hour or so. So yeah, we should send people over to the SSI live stream if you want to put the link up, and then we can end the broadcast and they can watch it on the live stream from the SSI.
Vincent,
Yes, sir.
the reactor here in the front had a very strong vibration. It is going to be broke.
Yeah, I see that it's vibrating lots, isn't it?
Yeah, the rotation system will be broke.
Probably a bearing.
Yeah, bearing. Yeah. Mm.
Vince, can I just ask you one last question? When we talk about speeds that are just beyond perception and imagination, I mean, it's what my question is. I can't imagine the control. I mean, how do you control the direction? Do you just get pulled to a certain, like a GPS, to a certain, like a magnetic gravitational field strength that you like locate? Is that
How did the Wright brothers control their direction?
by changing the what do you call it,
Didn't.
the wing, what do you call it, the air? Well,
They didn't.
oh
They
no.
flew up and down. They didn't fly sideways. They didn't turn.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So we have to try to find a way to do that. And now, if what I said about the center reactor moving up or down and changing the free plasma, the other way is to maybe move one of the side reactors out or in to move the free plasma to a different way. But the other way to do it, instead of moving the reactors themselves, is to add more reactors or to add more fields to pull or push the gravitational magnetic field free plasma to certain points in that star formation or even outside of that star formation. So what you're asking is how do we control it? We control it by adding gravitational magnetic field at certain points around in a 360-degree way around the reactors. Okay.
Mhm.
But
Okay.
at that point, it might be easier to control the reactors through other means, right? Instead of increasing and decreasing rotation, changing locations of the reactors. The reason why I say that is because once the Wright brothers figured out they had something and they were able to get off the ground, then they increased their research tremendously on what they were doing, right? The airplane came very far, very fast. And that's what we'll be doing here. It might be another way to change the gravitational magnetic field with another reactor that you can hold, just like what the Armin and Marco do now, to try to maintain a link with the reactors on a consciousness level. So that's in the future too, and it's not that far away. But we have to show the beginnings of flights first before we can think about moving around faster than the speed of light. Because I wouldn't want to be trying to move my reactor up or down if I was heading towards something I didn't want to head towards. Especially faster than the speed of light, right? You got to remember, it takes 8 minutes for the speed of light to reach from the sun to the earth.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's 300,000 kilometers per second. Is that approximate? Is that it? Is that the speed of light?
That's right. And think about it. You can place your attention and be on the surface of the sun just by shutting your eyes and imagining it in about half a second.
Exactly. Oh my God, even less.
And so we're traveling at hundreds of times faster than the speed of light right there in our imagination.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. And when we're talking about positioning, if you change your strength, it has to find its position. Just unlike what I was talking about with the magnets that can find its own position. right? It's not a moving at a certain speed to try to find that position. It's moving as fast as it can to try to find that position. And the speed of magnetic fields is far surpasses the speed of light.
Exactly. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The middle reactor there that we see in the picture is definitely going through some changes. It seems to have, I'm just getting the picture a little bit better for the legend. It's like you say, it's shaking, and then all of a sudden it'll slow right down and nearly stop.
Yeah.
And then it speeds up again.
Too. Yes, I see that.
See what's happening there now? Is that just due to the fluorescent lights, or is that because it really is slowing down and stopping? There, see, it's speeded up again.
He said it touched the ground at 9 p.m.
The back leg, or
it could be the back leg. It's
because I see a few. It's like 1 or 2, 3 millimeters from.
I think that's a play on the light.
Yeah, right. I think the shadow is actually from another shadow. If you look at the shadow that comes down across the board,
you know what that is? That's the measuring stick.
Right.
Oh yeah. So it really.
I said,
oh my God, that's more.
Yeah, I think you're right, Vince. Yeah.
And even the front one's coming down lower.
The pigeon has landed.
The pigeon of peace has landed.
Pigeon of peace. Pop. Pop for short.
Oh my God.
Pop has landed.
Actually, but yeah.
Pop came home.
I don't think there's anybody there. I don't see any shadows around, and I thought I'd just seen the front leg jump just a little bit. Might have been just me, but no, it's moving up and down. It's trying to find its position there.
Wolf just mentioned the Pope, but yeah, it could be the Pigeon of Peace Eternal, and that would be Pope. The Pope has landed. Hey, that's pretty cool.
Watch it try to find his position. It's bouncing. I'm looking on the SSI live stream.
The central reaction. This is fascinating to watch. I mean, this one of the reactors is like seriously reducing its speed.
The first flight of the Wright brothers. We all have to understand that we are present and watching in terms of humanity to be witness of the first flight of the Wright brothers, and I can imagine many people wanted to be around at that time to see that historic event. And right now we're able to watch it live, and it's being recorded on the internet. Thank God for the internet.
Right on.
Oh, it's trying. It's still trying to get down there. That front leg is just doing its damnedest to try to get down.
Vince meant darndest.
Darndest, sorry.
Yes, for the kids out there.
Why do you see the reactors, the coming slow down after coming fast? Perhaps it's a visual effect?
No, I don't think so. I think it's actually doing that. And all the reactors are doing that. It's not just that one reactor. They're all speeding up or slowing down.
Yes, it is.
So once it fully lands, what do you think, Vince? What is going to happen to the rotation speed, rate of speed, or in general to the to the rotation of the reactors?
It could break the system.
Like make it dysfunctional, or what you mean, like break?
Yeah, I mean, like that one reactor that I see in the front there. If it still tries to follow its position, it might cause more problems than what we can see right there with that shaking of that reactor. So we might see the loss of a core if they don't raise it soon enough. But that it will continue to try to define its position, and if they don't allow it, it'll just keep getting heavier and heavier, right? That's what I think I mean. I don't know if it can go down any further. Maybe the elastic is right at its max.
We need a little bit closer.
It wants to go down. It really looks like it wants to go down.
Yes, it's coming down. The right leg is more or less 4 millimeter from the floor.
Yeah. Look, it's
Even
bouncing.
less. I think it's even less than.
Look, it's coming down. Yeah, the front reactor had more work to do. That is because it's vibrating, I think.
Oh, no, it was shaking. See? Wow.
It is coming. It is coming down. It is coming down. Look the right leg. Look,
yeah, it's trying. It's trying.
Yeah. Look, the shadow that is a.
The shadow's getting smaller. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other legs will come down too.
Look.
Yeah. It's just a matter of it's like 1 or 2 millimeters.
So Mr. Cash says the back leg has already touched the ground, and that is why you have seen the vibrations.
Okay.
Right, because if it's tilted a little bit, and you take the weight off that little bit of a tilt, then it has more of a bounce, right? It has more of a equilibrium.
Okay.
Until that front leg gets the ground, and then it'll be way more stable.
Are the motors moving with the electric energy, Vincent?
Yep. I think it was a total of 20 watts, Rick?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. He said something like 21. Yeah. Because he made this comparison to Los Alamos, where they used gigabytes to produce that. Produce not even 100 Teslas.
And be gigawatts, I believe.
Yeah.
Although they probably use gigabytes too. It all goes with that technology, lots of everything. And they probably used a giga amount of money.
Yeah.
What's that? Billions? Yeah, makes sense. Absolutely.
There was trillions that disappeared right before.
Yeah, well, it's big times. And they almost got results out of it all too. Amazing.
So it looks like when it speeds up, that's when it bounces more, and then it slows down once it bounces a little bit.
They are stopped. Look, the front reactor is stopped.
No, they're not stopped. No, that's just the camera. See, you can see the rotation. They're not stopped. It's the white you see, just like with the timing light.
It may be an optical illusion with the timing of the fluorescent lights or something, and
But
the
it's
camera.
a really good indication of how much it's speeding up and slowing down. Right? If they were smooth, we wouldn't be able to see anything. But because there's some white stuff or whatever reflection on them, we can see it like a timing light.
May I ask, why does sometimes spin faster and then go slower?
Because it's trying to find the free plasma is trying to find its balance. It's losing fields due to the interaction of what's happening around it, and it can't find its balance, so that it spins back up to get the balance after it's lost the fields, and then tries again and again and again.
Yeah, because now I just saw that they were spinning it, and then they just go pretty much faster.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they're doing. They're spinning faster, and then it bounces a little bit, and they slow down. And then it spins faster, bounces a little bit, and slows down.
Nice. Great. So how long time ago did you begin like doing this? Like, did you see like the magnets and everything?
Oh, we've been around for a long time. I've been researching Mr. Kesh for 4 years now. Rick, I think it's been 4 years.
4 years?
The Elector conference.
Yeah, myself from before that, when the videos first came out from the Kesh Foundation about probably 6 years ago now, or something like that. But we've been involved with. I started the Kesh Plasma Reactor Group. It's been, I think, about 2 years ago now. I think that's correct.
Yes.
And we've met every Tuesday night for that time. And Mr. Kesh got interested in our meetings, and that was the first public teaching workshop. It was called. Started from the Kesh Plasma Reactor Group. He figured, why not go live with the workshops? And then we did once a month workshops with Mr. Kesh a couple of years ago, year and a half ago or so. And from there, that was very hectic at that time. And now we've gone to, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and sometimes 6 or 7 workshops a week, basically. So, and now the teaching gets out in many languages, including Chinese and Spanish and Italian. And
you speak all that?
No, not me. No, there's translators. There's translators during the calls in order to translate. For example, you'd be interested perhaps that we have a Mexican group that's part of the Kesh Foundation now, and that's part of the Spanish-speaking. It's not a Spanish workshop; it's a Spanish-speaking workshop, meaning everywhere from Mexico to southern South America and parts of Europe and so on. The Spanish-speaking world. So that's translated into Spanish as the workshop goes. As Mr. Kesh says a few sentences or talks for a bit, then that gets translated. Eric's part of that as well. Eric, that's on the workshop today. So yeah, it's working out pretty good. It's a hectic schedule, but the teaching gets out in many different ways now.
But it's so fast. It's before we used to have to digest all the complications of the nuclear versions of the reactors, and it was so difficult to try to even think about creating one of these without the nuclear materials that we had zero access to or didn't want to deal with. so it was a very complicated process. Now it's become extremely simplified, and but the information holds true, as in what was true for the nuclear reactors is true for the GANs reactors. So it's a very simplified process of doing the same thing.
Yeah,
And it's great. It's great that it's so simplified, because anybody, including yourself, Hector, could do
yes,
this.
Exactly. And I would really want to encourage you, Hector, to do this. I mean, you would just, empower so many young people, in your own environment over there. If you start.
Look.
Oh my God. Yeah.
The right leg is
Yeah.
jumping.
It's like,
What's jumping?
yeah,
yeah, they're jumping.
1 millimeter maybe. Yeah. So go ahead, Hector.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that Hector might want to get in touch with the Mexican group. They're very helpful, and I'm sure they'd welcome you into it. They've got projects they're working on, including they've got a bunch of CO2 kits ordered, and they expect to get into the distribution of the CO2 kits in a big way. So you might want to get involved with that and have fun with it all.
Yeah, sure.
If
But
you really want to go and help your fellow humanity, you could start helping yourself.
Look.
Teaching.
Start moving. Look. Jumping and moving.
Yeah, the front one, the black one, yeah, especially, yeah.
Look. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's so close to the.
Look.
Oh, jump around, but.
Very good. ¿Tú hablas español, amigo?
sí, yo hablo español.
Ah, ok, perfecto. Nosotros tenemos un grupo con los mexicanos.
Okay.
¿Por qué no me escribes ahí en el chat tu email o tu Skype y yo te localizo por allí?
¿Cuál es su mail?
El mío te lo voy a escribir por el chat.
Ah, ok. Está bien, sí, mejor.
Ok.
Sí.
Pardon my Spanish in the...
Maybe you guys should exchange contacts, and Eric, maybe you can help guide Hector to connect with the Spanish group and so on.
Yeah.
The Mexican group, rather.
Yeah, he just told me that. So.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
I thought I got something.
Yeah.
I thought I got the drift there, but I'm not great at Spanish.
No.
Te lo coloqué ahí en el chat de Skype.
Ah, ok, sí, ya lo vi.
¿Ya lo ves?
Pero ese es Gmail o es Skype?
No, ese es el Skype. Ahora
okay.
el correo.
Ah, ok.
No, this is networking.
Ahí te coloqué el correo también. Okay, let's talk in English.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. So let me.
Fuck,
close.
Near to go. That is very nice. You speak German too?
¿Mande?
¿Hablas alemán también?
No. No, apenas inglés un poquito.
Okay.
Sí.
Look, the child is jumping. Look, he's jumping. Jumping, moving. Look. Oh, fuck.
I think your heart is jumping as much as the foot is jumping, Eric.
Yes, my friend. Look, the child. Wow, fuck.
With the kids' workshop, Eric.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic. It's been 19. I'm one king. Look, this jumping. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, Eric, we just wanted to make sure you could watch your language here while we're on the kids workshop.
Yeah, we're broadcasting to the entire world now, Eric. So with kids.
Please, pardon me.
Yeah, I'd like to jump up and down and congratulate the Keshe Foundation for offering this to humanity. Watching these reactors bounce is actually a great thing to see.
Well, it'd be fun to see you bouncing, jumping up and down too, but we'd have to do the Skype video, and that could interrupt with our live stream here.
Hopefully today I get my other parts and get this thing bouncing itself.
Yeah, speaking of jumping around, you should have your own little jumping jacks happening there too, eh?
Wow, that is.
Yeah,
Vince, just to let people know, Vince has been working on the power system for his reactors, a power box with power supply and switches and so on built in. Nice little unit, which he constructed last night, mostly during the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group discussion we had.
Yeah, all the shaking and shuddering of my drill press in that conversation too, I think.
Yeah, we get some interesting sounds happening in our both from our shop processes and in our reactors when they're rotating. There's always each setup has its own particular sounds that come out of it.
It's touching at points.
Yeah, all the platform have a very stark, very strong vibration.
Right, because it's in that balance point, right? So it's able to move very easily. Any kind of change will show a change on the rest of the platform because that one leg is down. It's not stable.
Yeah.
So as this leg comes down, it'll be a lot more stable. We probably won't see as much bouncing, but still a drop for the other legs to come down.
Mm-hmm.
Although Mr. Keshe does keep reminding us that the shaking of the platform is one of the indicators shortly before lift is achieved. So maybe we'll end up going in the opposite direction.
Well, the it's just so light that, like I said before, if it's trying to find its balance and it's moving, like you said, the shaking, he said we want to stop that, right? We want to stop the shaking so that it doesn't lose the fields required to be able to get to that point of lift or
right.
sink. So right now with it bouncing like that and still going down, right? That leg is still coming down slowly. So that means that the free plasma in the center is growing just a tiny little bit stronger than the amount that it's losing due to the shaking. And then, so we just have another post by Mr. Keshe at 9 p.m. CT on, I think it's 10/12/2014. The dove of the Peace Star Formation set flight in Desenzano, Italy, has touched the ground and landed at the Keshe Foundation SSI. We welcome man to the universal community.
Yeah. Cool.
Look at that thing bounce.
Are you there, Rick?
Yes, Eric.
Okay. I hear not noise, so okay.
No, we're still broadcasting on the live stream, and just to catch this moment in history, you might say. I can turn the I think I'll turn the volume off on the live stream for a bit here. Okay, now we're on live stream again with Mr. Kesh has come back.
Yes, it's at the moment. Yes, at the moment it's an exciting time. The boys had to go home, so I have, as usual, to watch the baby. So it is.
It's like the baby
it
needs
is-
some bouncing.
Yeah, we have landed more or less on 2 legs. The third, on the right-hand side, both legs more or less landed. The vibrations you see every time is when one system touches the ground.
I just realized why it just landed on 2 legs. It's because it's a dove of peace. It only has 2 legs to land on. It doesn't want to land on the other 2. Wait a minute. It's 2 doves of peace. 2 doves of peace with 2 pairs of legs, perhaps. So, aha.
I think next, maybe in the next couple of hours, we see the total landing. We just got to wait and see what is the future holds. So we are more or less, you see the vibration is continuously moving.
Yes, we wanted to get a little explanation of that.
The back leg is pushing. If you see the system at the moment is on gravitational magnetic field adjusting. What this means is that the field forces of the Earth are not static. They continuously change, especially at the ground level. So the free plasma is constantly trying to adjust to the Earth gravitational magnetic field strength. And we see these bumps. We always talked about this, the takeoff, and now you see the landing. Tomorrow we will show a number of disks which has been used for a space technology and has been lost in the space through the spaceship program of certain nations. I think now that we have shown is possibility of landing without any fuel, then we show the reactors which are very similar to the reactors you have used and it's been used for a space program. And it's been lost due to technical difficulties, and we have lost some lives in that development. We'll show it, and you see the belt of testing. This has been disclosed to the knowledge seekers in past 48 hours, 24 hours. So now you see this is exact vibration. If you look at the reactor right in front of you, just behind the clock, the vibration is so hard that it's literally, what do you call it, shaking on its axis. And it changes the speed because it has to change the speed to accommodate the field changes which are sitting at the outer surfaces of the free plasma. I think we'll see some more vibration, very, very critical vibration when the third and the fourth leg come down. And then I have to decide, because there's nobody else here, we're going to shut the system down or we go in monitoring the system to crash, because the weight of the system will carry on as it is and most probably will crash the system into its base. But you see what happens. It is, I'm on night duty babysitting at the moment, so you can talk as much as you like. Teaching has no dimension tonight. You can ask, and if we know, we answer.
One question, Mr. Keche. How big is the plasma, the free plasma that has the reactor in this moment?
It's constant. It's because as the fields are constantly interacting with the Earth, we lose quite a lot of it to the Earth gravitational magnetic fields. Just look at the first reactor just behind the clock, behind the little clock.
Yes.
This shows the interaction of the fields of the free plasma. They are dictating the disposition now. We expect a lot of vibration. This is literally a lot of field forces. If I explain it to you to understand, is that when we were at the higher level, we had the fields of like trees, and we came down to the shrubs, and now we are at the herbs level, which is a highly strong field. And everything is constantly interacted by the Earth magnetic field. If we would have done this test during the daytime, you would have not seen such vibrations. It would have been much less. Because during the daytime, sunlight will reduce these field forces. Now we have to start. It's like a upwards wind. You know, when you land on the runway and there is a wind coming up against you, it makes landing very difficult. Now we are in the same position. We are landing at night, and the suppression of the fields from the above is very little. So we have to stand all the bumps and lumps of the, what do you call it, the dynamic plasmatic magnetic field of the planet. So if you notice, sometimes you get sudden drops, especially just before the right leg, front leg touches down. It was a violent drop. It was just like somebody letting a piece drop in one go. So we expect the same kind of thing with the left leg, which is standing up. The back leg is still up running. We don't know, we haven't seen it coming down, but this is a vibration. This is a beautiful condition for the system trying to land. And you see the left leg came down now slightly more. We're coming into a balanced condition. It's taken just over 1 hour, just about 1 hour to touch down the two legs.
Can you explain how the motor, especially the one in the center there, the closest one next to the clock, it seems to slow down and perhaps even almost stop at times. Is it actually happening that way, or is that just the camera and lights effect?
It is happening in partially, but partially is camera and the lights, but the field forces of the what do you call it, free plasma is dictating the speed. Because don't forget, the GaNs materials in these cores are not constant. They are spread not equally. Especially in these cores, there's a mixture of copper and CO2. So we have this problem with this unbalanced plasmatic field creates these conditions. But as we see, the total plasma at the moment is still holding the same. It's not changing. But this is a very, what I call violent landing. But this is normal. We got to see how Armand will try to lift us up tomorrow. He has put everything in hand. And we got to see if he can to bring two reactors parallel to the system to create a balanced lift. He should be able to lift off the ground, but that is his decision on how he handles it.
Mr. Kesh, can I ask you, what is this about this RPM? I mean, does it have to be constant? What if it changes? Or what if we...
No, it changes according to the strength. The field the fields dictate most of it now. We see changes on the power So we have to see how just let me, I have to send something out. The fields decide the speed of rotation. In the case of the reactors of Marco, we had a total stop 2-3 times over the weekend because the fields of the system pass the fields of the motor, and partially the ones which are at the strength of the what do you call it, copper or windings of the motors, they interact with them and they literally stop. They literally stop. Then you have to restart them again or move the fields. You just touch the cores and you drain the, or change the energy and they start moving. You don't need to do much.
Okay. Are those electronic equipments that are around those, around the field, or aren't they in any way like inflicted or?
No, because the plasmas are all in the fields above matter level.
Okay.
They don't touch, because everything which is electronic, I was explaining to the professor scientists who were here yesterday they were with us, that we had a plasma professor in plasma physics in cold fusion as a guest here, and a professor in plasma energy. And I explained to them that electron is a package of magnetic field, and the size of this package of gravitational magnetic fields is dictated by the central core gravitational magnetic field strength of the principal line in the center of the universe. In the center of the universe, in any of the universes, we do not have a center, what do you call, principal core. It's a line which goes right across the center. It's literally when you shoot a bullet, it's that kind of condition. Because there are a lot of things we have to explain that it can be understood. And one of them is that in spite of the present assumption that neutron just splits to electron and a proton, what actually happens is very much like how I explain it. It's like an orange which you open on one side, and let's say you take a seed out of its center and you close the orange again. So you have a line of division and expansion, and not as everything explodes to nothing and then comes together. So this is one of the parameters. So that what you call the seed in the center of orange is the size of the plasma of an electron. And that size of electron is decided by the plasma itself, by the orange itself. What size that seed is going to be, because of what it allows it to grow in and be left out, that it can control its size. So electron package of gravitational magnetic field is so weak that the more powerful gravitational magnetic fields do not even, they just go through them.
Okay.
Because they have an order. This is how it works.
I understand. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So it looks like we got the other leg is pretty much on the ground, and the one on the left is coming down. So when the reactor is shaking, like we see in the front, and it slows down and stuff, it's losing fields to the environment, but it's still creating that free plasma.
No. It's losing. It's losing.
The feeding aspect. plasma.
Fields to the center. I don't know. Has anybody lost the transmission?
No, I'm good. It's good here. Eric, can
good.
you just reload? Just
But the
reload.
live stream not video, da. Not video.
Yeah, there's video here, so it must be on your end there.
Not. It's not here. Yeah, okay, we'll reload the page.
So what I'm saying is that the interaction of the free plasma to the fields of the environment as they keep changing, like you said there, it's still able to feed the free plasma faster than it's losing due to the interactions because it's still coming down. So it still hasn't found.
Depends how you look at it.
I guess.
Depends how you look at it. What happened? What we see is the amalgamation of all the little bits from everywhere. Now at this level, you will see drastic changes. If you look at the left hand is vibrating, the left hand leg is just gonna drop like, you know, you jump off a bungee jumping rope. You're gonna see that effect. And this is very important. The fields from the ground now is getting absorbed into the plasma of the free plasma in the center. So now we are not only dealing with our cores, we see it with everything. Let's see what comes up. It's very interesting to see how we're going to perform. There's still a bumpy ride. Very bumpy. My biggest fear is if the left-hand side drops suddenly, because I've seen this before, we could lose one of the reactors, especially the one in the front, will pop up. It will pop up if it's very harsh.
It look like.
Yeah, it is not nice. We are watching it, but it's not very nice. But we'll see what happens. Yeah. But if we go to pressurized condition, what happens when it lands? Then the fields will build up in the reactor, in the free plasma area, and then the magnetic gravitational field pressure on the free plasma will start pushing the frame. And if the upper frame, not the lower frame, the upper frame can get locked, then you have release of packages of magnetic field. And this is one of the reasons that little silver reactor is on the back, to absorb it. So if the reactors decide to release any surplus fields, they go into that field, they be shared with that. And so we take the pressure off the frame, but we have to see how far it's going to go.
But if that wasn't there, then that would cause quote-unquote implosion of the gravitational field?
No, you will see usually jumping of the full plate up. It's like a hopping. You see now, I see this hopping. You see the whole frame is getting pushed around. It's already building up. I just talk about it and you see it. You see that the whole frame is moving now. We have to see if the gravitational field literally will not push the whole frame upwards. There's a wide possibility.
Eric had sort of a question about that earlier before you came back, regarding the free plasma and the pushing or pulling on due to this positioning and so on, how big of a
Pardon, can you repeat that?
Yeah, I'm trying to make it more exact, the question. The idea is that what gets affected by the free plasma? You started out with what's the field of the free plasma, but what he wanted to try to figure out is what is actually, like, if you were in a craft, how would you contain that? Vince mentioned
you see this free plasma you have in that position, you try to keep it outside the craft. It has a lot of advantages. But you still keep it within the structure of the craft. Because in so many ways you can use it for different application. If you look, the bases of the reactors sit in a ditch, and reactor number, what we call it, the top reactor, sits on top of the ditch, and you build your crafts that where the free plasma is more or less outside your craft sometimes, because you can use it for all sorts of shielding, discharging, rapid departures. It's a very, very advantageous system to have. These are the designs and the usage of the latest technologies available, or what you call it, knowledge available in this space.
Right, and we're going to progress to that very quickly. But this is just to basically the first flight of the right brothers, right? It's very simple, up and down. That's what it.
Yeah, we see that. I think the left-hand side is coming down, and then we see if the pressure becomes big enough that it'll push the whole plate up. This is very interesting point at the moment.
What would be the size of the gravitational magnetic field? How many kilometers or meters do you think that it would encompass at the moment?
This goes to moon and beyond. These fields are plasmatic. They have already linked with other space programs. You see the left reactor, the reactor just behind the clock is going violent. It's going out of control. I expect to lose this. If he loses, it'll be no surprise, because this is playing up. It's not taking on balances between the systems. It's violent. This is huge. You got to realize every micron, every millimeter you see the frame jumping, this frame weighs 13 kilo. It's not a feather. You try to throw a 18-year-old or a 13-kilogram child up in the air, or try to hold it. Just holding position, even with 2 legs up, it takes a lot of field forces.
Mr. Keshe, one question. What's happened if you stop the engine, the motors in this moment?
Nothing. In a space, frequently you lose reactors, but you should not touch the reactor or take it out to repair till you have created a field that they can find balance. It's normal. We see it all the time here. We got used to it. When the reactor stops, we don't panic, because we know physically the motor has stopped. But actually the plasma inside is still rotating.
So
this is not to panic.
no, but
could you control it still? You should probably control it still as well.
That's the time the control with mind comes in.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so you can control it quite easily with mind.
But if you stop the motors in this moment, the structure of the reactor will come up.
Pardon?
If you stop the motors in this moment, all the reactors will come up.
Will they bounce? Will they raise?
No, they're fine. They balance them. It doesn't matter. We can stop the reactors physically. You still see the same performance.
You did that before, though. You stopped the reactors.
We did it 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
Now we have the original reactors, the space reactors in the other lab. They're switched off, but they're still working. We measure fields. We measure change of fields.
Because it's not the rotation of the reactor that's actually causing the fields. It's the rotation of the plasma inside the reactor.
Pardon?
I said it's not the rotation of the reactor that's causing the fields, the matter. It's not rotation of the matter. It's the rotation of the plasma.
The plasmas. Yeah. It is very... I expect you see a sudden drop in the left-hand leg. It looks like it's going to perform that drop. It's going to drop by 1 or 2 millimeters in one go. And if you look, the front reactor goes from a smooth to a very rough ride, if you look at it. And every time it changes from a smooth to a rough ride, you get a vibration. So this means the fields of the system are controlling the motion. Just watch when you see the vibrations, and then you understand.
And it looks like it also wants to rotate a little bit as well.
Yeah, it will do, but the back leg is solidly on the ground, so it doesn't allow it.
Yeah.
The back leg is on the ground, and it will keep it.
So if you want to move the reactor to left, from legs to links side, you have to put more energy in one from the reactors, or how is the system to move it?
What?
To move the reactors left and right or side to side, how would you do that?
Very easy. Look at the reactor, which is standing on the back. In a space technology, you don't have a steering wheel. You see there are 2 reactors in the background, the steel reactors. These, you interact with these, and they will dictate the direction, the position of the system in motion. So what you do, you move, for example, the silver reactor in the background over the, let's say, the leg number 3, which is at the front, which is still hanging up. That becomes the direction of your motion.
Okay.
You create a flow direction. That's how mainly it's done. Because these reactor fields doesn't change. So what you do, your steering wheel becomes change of fields.
Just by moving the free plasma, like you explained before.
It's done that way. This is your steering wheel. You don't have wheels, but you have dynamic spherical materials which are rolling. This is very much like, you know, the office chairs you sit on with the wheels underneath. It's the same kind of operation. You on the top decide which way the chair goes, not the wheels as they rotate. And that direction you decide with these reactors on the side. We're going to show it tomorrow. Armin has made the system ready. We got the reactor on the standby. Just needs to plug in. And we see if he can lift us up. He wants to fly before he goes back on Sunday. So he is so desperately would love to fly.
He wants to beat his own flight home, does he?
Yeah, you never know what the problem is with him. He might end up on Mars. I don't know what I'm going to tell his wife. Oh, sorry. He looks a little bit green this time.
So, question is he home or homesick?
No, we'll see what happens. This is a very interesting position we are reaching. You see the left side is trying to come down. We have to understand, there's a lot to learn.
Yes.
I was explaining to Armand this week. He's desperately trying to move, and that is, as an operator and as a developer of reactors, the free plasma is this system is the most important part of any technology in space. Because your food, your energy, your light, your breathing system, your materials, all come from this system. On Earth, we can go to resources. In space, you go to your free plasma. And whatever you have in there, you decide at what size you would like to chop cut the piece of cake or the bread. And that's your piece. One piece will be iron and the other piece will be gold. So, you use the energy within this free plasma to give life to people. So operators in the future will literally behave as God. They can even decide, I'm not going to feed anybody with a blue eye. God help you a lot. As Elias says, finito. So operators can decide how the energy in the free space plasma is used, for what purpose, to what do. So if you have a construction somewhere, you don't go and look for materials the way we do on this planet. You absorb, you decide how much energy is absorbed from the plasma, from the reactors, the 4 reactors, and you allow it to come into the free condition plasma, and then you take the materials from it on the continuous basis through a 4th plasma positioning. I have taught this to the knowledge seekers here in the past couple of weeks, so it's a knowledge which has already been taught and they've seen what to do.
Incredible, Mr. Ketch. Incredible.
So that's why that's why the pilots or the controllers of the systems have to be so correct.
Oh God, you don't know how correct yet until I show you. They become gods, and people trust their lives with them.
In a previous workshop about correct thinking, correct talking, and correct action. Could you speak a little bit more about that in relation to upcoming aspiring kids who might want to be spacecraft operators, let's say?
You know, I was thinking about this in a different way. You know, present time, the politicians do whatever they like when they are young, and when they become politicians, they decide to become clean, and it's too late because they left too many track records. This is the same for the youngsters of the future, but they have to be taught from the beginning they don't make mistakes and problems, that by the end of the day, when they are in any position, even the reactor controllers, that their soul is tainted. When the soul is tainted, then you lost everything. Let me explain to maybe the youngsters or to the adults. You yesterday asked about love and what it is. A man can love as many entities as he likes, be it the dog, be it the carpet, be it the car, be it the child, be God knows whatever. When he knows how to love and how to make correct decisions in sharing his love, he does not make a mistake. even if you love your enemies, you don't make a mistake, because then they have to find a way for you, for themselves, to hate you, to justify why they hate you and why they are your enemy. And then you find out, they find a solution, that the peace comes to you. And this is the pattern. It's the pattern of working in the universe. Don't spend a second trying to harm nobody. And then you find out you become a very, very good operator. As it becomes your second nature. What I say, what I was explaining yesterday, because I said to the knowledge seekers to listen to the workshop of yesterday, the Spanish workshop. What people do to love and to be loved is beyond imagination of any creature in the universe. And loving, which is unconditional give, as I said yesterday, is the only that all the entities in the universe share. We don't share language, we don't share blood, we don't share soul, we don't share nothing. The only thing we share and we have in common with the other creatures in the universe is how we can give part of our souls for another soul to evolve to a higher level. And that's what we call love. And that's the only thing that all the creatures in the universe share. And unfortunately, man has learned to abuse even this to benefit himself. And so the operators of the future will have a huge problem, immensely huge problem, to be correct and at the same time to love every creature across the universe the same. And we will learn. They become a special breed.
Mr. Ketcher, one question. Have you been in one spaceship?
Good morning.
He usually refuses to answer that question. Nice try, though, Eric.
I have to try, my friend.
You
Put
thought
it this way,
you thought you could just surprise him in the early morning, like,
no,
hey, maybe he's a little bit asleep.
Let me answer you. Let me answer you in a different way.
Yes, sir.
Maybe it gives you. I received something from Elia recently that it says it in so many ways. I just sent her an email that we left it. She wrote very simply, because she's on her way back to Bulgaria. I wrote to her that we had a landing at 9 a.m. because she left lunchtime and afternoon. She wrote, when a smart alien and hardly humans work together, everything is possible. Congratulations.
That makes it pretty well, yeah.
Amazing.
And I wrote back to her, lots of love and understanding is needed to make it work. So it's not easy to communicate.
I think so.
If you come to the foundation, to SSI, it's become a very friendly family. It's nothing but, what do you call it? A lot of pain because we don't achieve what we set up to do, but on the other hand, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what happened, we are here all to do one thing. And one way or another, we managed to get it through. I think the most beautiful surprise will come now with the system which Marco is putting up. His what do you call it? His what I call the boat of Noah is going to swim.
teaching Gans to swim.
Oh,
not.
yeah, but
Swim, Gans,
he's got
swim.
to float. He's got to McGrath swim.
Mm-hmm.
We had a professor here yesterday, and he had a huge problem. It's the second time we had a, and it's strange enough, both of them have been fusion physicists. And he said, can you please, like exactly what we had a few weeks ago, can you change the name of this plasma? Because we are used to plasma in a different way. I said, I can call it back to the front if you want. I call it Malpa. So is that good enough for you? But it's still the same. Apparently, plasma physicists have a lot of problem with the plasma terminology of the plasma.
Oh, this is like a parallel universe.
Well,
So we call it Malpa from now on.
yeah, they started with the word plasma, and then they had to, once they discovered more and more, they had to keep adding to it, and all of a sudden plasma could be anything from intergalactic plasma down to your blood plasma, and it's a pretty confusing field still.
It's like humans, everything is confusing with them.
Yes, that's right. If it's not confusing, we can't make money on it.
I tell you something. Tomorrow morning, I'm busy with some work, which is to do is important for the foundation. But Marco will start, and if hopefully we come to understanding, we will announce it in coming. It's a huge what they call it, development for the foundation worldwide. It's I think it'll affect all our work from now on. We have been recognized by international governments, leading international governments, for our work, and at the same time we have to negotiate how much of it we are prepared to accept without being bondage to one nation or another. And we have entered, they have asked us, they've called a couple of times today, so we conclude everything tomorrow, and then if they allow us, we announce it. But we have entered, we've been accepted through the test by governments and other organizations to be correct in most of the works we've done. And so we have been requested to deliver the technology in a very beautiful way for advancement of humanity. So tomorrow morning we are busy with negotiation in how to do it. And one of the problems they have is that we have no papers to sign. And they want us to sign a paper. I said, the only thing we want you to sign is the World Peace Treaty. But this is not the way it's done. We have to have agreements. I said, you agree whatever you like, we have no problem with. So this has become a problem for the people who are with the foundation. And they start accepting the technology. And they say, you don't have a patent, and we don't know even how to say thank you for this. I said, okay, make a donation to the foundation and we can do more research and help. But we don't have this in our country. We don't have such a thing in our programs. I said, then you have to find a way. It's just that they want to justify that they have paid for something and they have some control over it. And with us, they don't pay, it's free. So now they have to find a way to justify their own ways of working.
That was what amazed Hector at the start of this whole workshop today. That he couldn't understand how could you offer this teaching free, and it was too unusual in today's world to offer something for free. So thank you for that, Mr. Kesh. Thank you for that spirit of giving.
No, but we've got to learn, because there is more. The more we give somehow, the more it comes in.
I think Hector learned a lot today just because of that factor.
Yeah, but the youngsters get influenced by the materialistic world quite a lot. If you would have looked at his picture, his photograph, images and how you look is important at that age. and then finding out that that there is more time to spend in doing other things and still be a happy child is very difficult nowadays. And these people are looking, children are looking for a way to salvage their soul because they know what's going on around them is really impossible.
And some of them are quite sharp and aware of both their environment and of spiritual things as well for their age.
Youngsters nowadays are too clever for any age. Doesn't matter where you catch them.
Yes, right.
I think it's too much McDonald's and chips.
Yeah.
They put something in these things. You know, the cheating in the food business is so much. I hope we don't have to do that in the space. You remember 10, 15 years ago when you used to go to McDonald's and get a Big Mac, it was the size of your face and you could actually measure the thickness of the half of the burgers. I was in a place trying to get a Big Mac recently. I actually had to open the burger to look for the burger inside it. It was like a wafer thin, and it's called a Big Mac. So we cheat and we think people are blind, they don't know. And to teach this to children is very difficult for them.
They'll probably market it as the thin Mac, and that makes you thin because there's no meat there to eat.
I think they should call it Wafer Mac, not
Wafer
a Big Mac.
There you go. That's a good one.
It's a wafer. Just
that would sell. It makes you turn into a wafer when you eat it.
You can eat it. It's about 10:30. I tried to be here for under half an hour to see maybe 2 hours this thing to land. If it fully lands with the 4 legs, and then we see how violent it shakes. Depending on the violence of the shake, we most probably stop or hang it further up. I have to pull it up that it doesn't damage itself. The detectors, the field detectors, is beyond. We do not see it.
I think your field detector just went off.
Yeah, it's Elia. She drives and writes things.
Elia field detector, that's what that is. See how Elia's maggrav field, her free plasma, reaches out for hundreds of miles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Strangely enough, we can all do that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, I can, I don't know where she gets all the energy. She's driving.
And there's snow there too, I understand.
Yeah, it's very bad. It's freezing.
Meanwhile, here in Canada, it's thawing out and it's raining and it's a few degrees above. In my part of Canada, at least. I don't know how Vince is favoring.
Oh, it's actually beautiful here. It's plus 15 degrees. There's no snow left on the ground, and
really?
Wow,
there
wow.
you go. So,
here is nice and cool. But,
yeah, no freezing experiments for this week, I think. Maybe next
pardon?
week. I said no GANs freezing experiments this week. Maybe next.
No. We don't get frost here that much. It's a beautiful lake area. We see a snow. The first snow came in this week, but no, we don't see snow. But we are moving down south of Italy. That's what we are doing over the Christmas. To move about 1,000 kilometers down south to a warmer place. This place is not that warm.
So it means the lab setup and so on will be in a different location. Is that what you're saying?
Everything, knowledge seekers. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We've been offered accommodation for the institute as a university in the south. We've seen it about 3-4 weeks ago. but it's a matter of finding accommodation and moving everything down south. It's a huge move, but on the other hand, we move near people who have the facilities for the foundation for development of new systems. Because we need to join and link up with the groups which are able to do this at the same time. The talks are going on for, you can do a master's or even a PhD most probably in the coming months on different topics of the Keshe Foundation.
Yeah, it seems like an enthusiastic group there at the, I guess it's at the university, it's centered around at a university down in...
Yeah, it's just that we are dealing with a bunch of highly skilled, educated people. And extremely active, extremely active. So we have no problem with it.
Those people aren't just in the universities, there's not professors and so on, but these are people in companies and so on. Is that what you mean?
Yes, yeah,
right.
Very much engineers, doctors. We have, I think it's a brain surgeon who wants us to collaborate with different patients around the area. He's a well-known, apparently, brain surgeon in Italy. And we sat down with Dr. Elliot, talking to him last time we were there. So he wants to run cases directly under his own supervision with different people, or more, some of his patients. So we have to see what the next step is. Well, things are moving quite drastically, quite interesting for us. But we have to see where the next step is, what is going to happen, because it's out of our hand now. Especially those who watch these things and they understand what this means, landing and takeoff, in such a controlled way, they understand the game has changed.
Exactly. As in, are we still on for Christmas lunch on Mars? I think it was.
It says Chateau Mars 2018. There is still 4 years to go. If you go on the original Keshe Foundation website, the Space SSI, International Space Institute, it says Chateau Mars 2018. So we're still on target. There is a lot to do. A lot of things needs to be done. My God, this platform is moving, is adjusting itself. You see it?
Yes.
It's sliding sideways to allow the other leg to come down in one jump. We're going to land fully in a few minutes. I'm just watching to see how it's going to land.
Will be very interesting.
I think what's going to happen is with the two legs which are already on the ground, they're going to go up for the system to be balanced. But it's going to land. This wind is going to finish in the next half an hour now.
This reactor in the front had a lot of work.
Yeah, it has to land. It's just a lot of work. It's got to land. We stay alive. We stay online till, I don't go to sleep till it landed, because I have to see what's the outcome, how it's going to perform. And then we make a decision how it's going to, if we can, or how Armand going to fly it up. But we're going to pull it up. This is a very violent landing. Extremely violent. You should not have these kind of landings like this.
Could it be because of the one reactor in the front there is a little bit wobbly and maybe bearing is going out on it?
No. It's just don't forget, it's the field which is pushing it. It's an enclosed area. There are no winds. There's nothing in there. It's locked up.
The bearing it's spinning inside, or is it just attached?
No. These have no physical condition. Has no effect on this. We can switch it off. It won't change anything. unless you physically remove the reactor from its housing, the material rotation has no effect anymore. It's just centralizing the field release. But it's coming down very, very slowly, but it's pulling up to balance.
Yes, I see.
That's the strange part. Yeah, because the nut on the top, I think, is done on the one side of the plate. It's still about half a centimeter away. It landed by 12 o'clock most probably, or just before. You see sudden jerks, it just drops suddenly. This is 13 kilo, it just moves like a feather.
Mr. Keshe, if you want to take something more heavy, up or down, you have to put more guns inside the reactors, or what you have to do?
No. The reactors will decide on their own. We're just adding more and more to see what happens. The mass is irrelevant. The mass now is irrelevant. The dimension of this reactor most probably is about 2-3 meters from the center. Maybe more. Physical interacting field is more than 2-3, maybe more 10 meters.
So the things that are in the near to the reactors, they have the same effect that the all reactors, the base, everything.
Pardon?
I think it means that anything in the field, is it also experiencing a weight gain?
No, only the central plasma. The free plasma, because it has a specific principal matter strength, is getting loaded. So as it gets stronger, it is interacting with the Earth magnetic field.
How do you make to?
So he absorbs everything. Everything goes inside.
How do you make to make this a field more big?
There are 2-3 ways. I've taught the knowledge seekers, but they don't understand it. They can't see it. So we have to wait till they see it. There's a video I saw yesterday. I think Rick was playing. They have to learn how to control the plasma, and that's one thing they haven't learned yet. Excuse me, I have to do one thing, and I come back in about 10 minutes.
Okay, sir.
And if the system flies, good luck. Just say, let us know. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay, we wait here. Look, Vince.
Yeah, I'm
Are you
here.
there?
Yeah,
Okay. I have looked.
Yeah.
Yes. When the platform moves links to right, the reactor was stopped. Was almost stopped.
Slowing.
Yeah, slowing. So the vibration from the reactor had nothing to be with the movement from the platform.
No, because the reactor is spinning faster or slower, and the platform's doing everything else independently.
Yes, I have understand, but I want to confirm the effect. I have confirmed the effect when the reactor goes in vibration. No, it's not to tune, nothing to be with the platform. That is Mr. Ketcher.
I think he was just checking the back leg. Oh, don't step on the camera, Mr. Kesh.
Please move. Yeah. Yeah, no.
But see, it bounces, moves around, and then it turns a little bit, and then it just drops at every little bit, and then it bounces around a little bit, and rinse and repeat. It just continuously drops.
Yes.
Talking about the left-hand leg there, right?
Only one reactor is vibrating, no? The others not.
I think they are, but it's harder to see.
Yeah, from here I don't see that. I look the chatting, the chatting from the reactors, and I don't see that they vibrate. Only the
Not as
front
much
reactor.
as, yeah, not as much as this one for sure.
Yeah. What I think is the bearing is going to be broke. The bearing from this reactor. Vincent, these reactors have two bearings, or only one?
I think there is two.
Two,
One on
yeah.
each side of the acrylic.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. How can the reactor with two bearings vibrate in that way? Have to be one.
The top bearing.
One have to be broke.
Yeah, the top bearing could be worn out a little bit, allowing some movement in the top.
Yeah,
But it's still
they are very klein bearings, and for this vibration, have to be broke, because when you have a big bearing, the tolerance for a vibration is more. But for one small bearing, this vibration is a lot.
right, but it looks like it has nothing to do with the speed of the reactor, because it still goes up along with the middle reactor and the other reactors. So you can see there that the speed has increased a lot, and yet it's still bouncing around, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Then it starts to slow down, and you can see it change. It's slowed down now, started wobbling around, but the cage or the platform is still bouncing around, so it doesn't have any effect on the actual platform, it seems.
Yeah, the plasma, is not affected, but the equipment, the motor on the bearing seem, I think, hot.
Yeah, the bearing could seize. Yeah, that is something that could happen, and then you'd probably lose a core at that point.
Yes. So what is the idea to make, okay, moment we are going down, how to go up? You have to make the pull with the other reactor that is up, the other steel reactor.
He said there's a couple of different ways that can be done. So we'll have to see what they choose to do to see what happens. He said they could pull it up. They could move the entire platform up another 2 centimeters or whatever, so that it would come back down. Or they can try to change the formation a little bit to make the entire formation go back up to lose weight. I think that's what he said.
I sent yesterday one design to Armen for the new reactors. If you talk with him, you can get the same idea to look the idea. The idea is very good. They in this way, you spend a lot of time to make the plasma in the position, perfect position, rotating position. I think when you make all the plate rotating, you can make the plasma positioning, the plasma, in 1 or 2 minutes or 5 minutes, made ready to fly or to operate.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you here, but I have to go get my son, so I will be back. I'll be on live stream though, but I won't be able to talk.
Okay, my friend, no problem. Rick, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Did you understand what I said? How to make fast start from the plasma?
Not exactly. I was away from the conversation for a little bit there, trying to get a bite to eat. Actually, can you refresh me? What do you mean exactly?
Yes, in this way, in this configuration that had the reactors in the moment, Mr. Ketchebrauch needs 15 days or 20 days to make the plasma ready to work.
Right.
So if you make the plate that has the 3 reactors down, if you make this plate move around, turn around, if you make it with one engine, you can make in what I think in 4 minutes that the plasma ready to fly or that to act, to operate. You understand?
I think so. I'm just not clear on how that would work. As far as you would have the reactors, the 3 bottom reactors would rotate around the central
yes
area.
Yes,
And
indeed.
they would rotate fairly quickly. You mean not just slowly move around, but they'd find their own position according to their rotation and so on.
If you have a little bit guns in your hands, you can put the guns one crystal that you can see inside. You move in your you move around. You move around. I show you. You will see this effect because the plasma always had north and south. I show you the effect. Wait a minute. I bring some guns. Can I take my camera on? Okay. pero no están disponibles en este momento. Vuelven y dicen, verdad. No, I cannot. Yeah, yes, okay. If you okay. Okay, I will show you. If you rotate the glass so in this way in one central position, the guns comes very slowly to rotate, very slowly, until you make a 1,000 revolutions. Is the same thing, comes very slowly. But if you make this way, look, all the plasma come up, all the plasma come up in the middle, in the equator, immediately comes rotating. When you can stop it in one side, in one way, or in other way, if you make so. The plasma had the plasma, the guns had north and south. And you can see it perfect when you make this way. In your house with light, you can see if you come right side, rotate right. You stop and come back, and it comes in the other way. So immediately. So when you make the position for the 3 reactors in one plate and rotate all the plate, you make this start very fast. The start for the plasma rotate, you make very, very fast. In minutes, you can do it. You will see it. You can control the axis. You have the plate. Okay, I take one paper. I had here one paper. I don't see. Okay. I make a little plan here. Okay, you see this? Can you see?
More or less.
Actually, you can rotate all the 3 reactors, yeah? All the 3 reactors rotate in one way. When you can make the reactors in different positions, when you make more velocity, more fast the rotation, the reactor comes in axis outside and goes more fast. When you make the rotation slowly, the reactor comes to the middle. Here you make a spring or something like that. The reactor comes here when you rotate fast in this position, or here when you in this position when you rotate slowly. So you can control the way for the start the plasma inside the reactor. Do Did you understand me? Perhaps not.
I think I understand what you're saying there. It seems like I don't know. You could try that, I guess. It's a little complicated to put springs and rotating platform with all your reactors and all the wiring and all the everything else. Are you saying there'd be no motors on those reactors? It would just...
No. You can have motors too. You can have motors too.
So that means you have to have a system that's all self-contained with batteries and so on, not plugged into the electrical system.
You don't have to not to contain the batteries or everything in the plate. Only you make different O-rings, different rings, big, more klein, more small. On each ring come with one carbon. And takes the energy from outside.
Yeah, so you're starting to get into a very complex system there that would require a bunch of machining and so on. I suppose they could consider that, but right now they're running separate motors to each reactor to control them. If you were to do that, you would have 3 wires, you would have 12 wires or 12 rings that you'd have to have in your rotating apparatus in order So it'd be quite complex.
With the small rings on carbons, there's no problem. Like a brush motors, or you make more rings. You don't have to make big rings. Small rings, you need 15. Okay, you make 15 rings. That's no problem.
No problem, eh? Well, you go right ahead and try it. See how long it takes you to put that together. I think it's too complex because right now they have a simple system. Why would they want to make it complex? What's the advantage? You save a few days, you mean, and it will be faster to rev up? Is that what you mean? Faster to get going?
To start the system.
How do you know that the plasma wants to start faster? Maybe Kesh has a certain he has to allow it to take a certain time.
What I think it has to be like that because the plasma have to make the configuration, the donut configuration in the equator from the reactor. When that's happened, the plasma start to create, start to make the work. Mm-hmm. So only you can do. Other way you can do is rotate all the plate in one moment, stop the plate in position that this plate can use the energy from here. But the more time they take to make the plasma in position, 15 days, is because they have to move all the plasma and make the donut in the equator. And that is the long time they use to make. If you make in the 3 reactors, I am sure it will be very fast. I cannot question that to Mr. Keshe because my English is very bad. Perhaps you can do it.
You're pretty good there. It just if your diagram was.
I listened to your input, Eric.
Thank you very much, sir.
I've been sitting in the background trying to do some work. This, in a way, cannot be done. It's not easy. We can reach plasma within 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
It's just a matter of knowledge seekers understanding what they are doing. One of the reasons we go so slowly and in different ways is because here shouldn't become a monkey see, monkey does. Otherwise we gain no knowledge. As you know, Arman has been trying to get moving and move things for past nearly a week here, and he decided to hold the reactor in a different way, and I suggested a different way originally, but so his decision was to hang it the way he did, and for him was to learn what pressures is put into position in doing so. And this afternoon, because I could see the strain on the system was too much, I decided to interfere after a week. I said, Arman, now we do it the way I originally proposed, and we changed it, and within 2 hours we landed. The whole structure is to learn and not to just be magician, to understand the reasons. We can fly reactors within minutes from the time of assembly, or without even dynamic reactors available. But you got to realize a large number of people are watching our progress. And
Yes.
more and more governments are watching the progress of the foundation. So if we do anything out of line, it becomes a magic show. And this is something I try to keep the thing away from magic show. So if we decide for me to make a plasma, it will be a matter of minutes. But it doesn't serve any purpose. The way we have carried the people with us over past years, and now in a more rapid way in past few months with the knowledge seekers and spreading the technology equally everywhere, has been the key to success. And if you want, you can sit next to me within minutes. Not only I can make you plasma in any shape or form you like, I can fly the system for you, but it does not serve the purpose. We have to carry the masses, and different people come with different ideas in doing things. So it doesn't take 15 days to make a plasma. It takes the knowledge seekers that much to understand where they're going wrong and what they have to learn.
Thank you, sir. I will think how to do it in other way.
We have to come up with different ways. We have to think of different ways, because we find solutions for different, what do you call it, problems or whatever we take it. I always say, people take from this technology according to their understanding and intelligence. And as I always say, putting a suit on the back of a monkey doesn't make the monkey human.
Yes, it is so.
So you do your way, and you explore the way you do things, and it's interesting the way the technology is developing. But people all finding their own ways of doing the same thing, but with different answers and results.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Nobody is wrong. The minute somebody tells you you're wrong, it means you're 100% right, but they don't know it.
Okay.
But try to see if you can do it. It's very interesting. It's a nice proposal.
Yeah, I saw this effect with the ambient plasma, a little bit plasma, and when I turn here in this way, the plasma comes very fast in the equator. When I do it 500 revolutions, it have to come very quickly in the donut shape. That was my idea.
You can try it. At the end of the day, the system goes into a belt-shaped plasma. It takes the shape of a belt according on the equator.
Yes, that is the first step. Hello?
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Yeah, I had lost the sound. I will try. I will try this. I will try. I think what you say is very, very good for me to try the things, because the first step have to be the to make the donut, the donut with the plasma, with the guns. I think. What do you think?
As I said to the plasma physicist, if you understand the work of tokamak,
Yes.
I love donuts, but the ones you can eat. I think that gives you the answer.
Okay.
Should tell them not to play with their food.
Yeah. Very good.
You know, each field has its own way of doing things and talking. When we used to be in university, we used to have a T-shirt, which was part of, the logo of the department. It says on the top, "I'm a fast breeder." If you understand the terminology, breeder, because we have fast breeder reactors to make plutonium or whatever else they do with it.
Okay.
And on the bottom it says, "I'm a rabbit." So if you see the connection, I'm a fast breeder, I'm a rabbit, because rabbits breed very fast and they have a lot of children. So plasma physicists, especially in the tokamak, they're hungry people. That's why they always think of donuts.
Wow, there's a theory for you. There's several thousand, I think 10,000 scientists are involved with the CERN type projects. They all tie into the data flow and do their own experiments from that data flow and so on. But they're probably all donut lovers. That's what a concept.
No, the program is just tuned to create PhDs, to publish papers to show which nation is more intelligent. They all know that if you speak to the people on top of the ether and the people who are involved with it, they all tell you, we do not expect to produce any energy, we just want to understand more. According to most of these scientists, in reality, as I always say, fusion is a dream which will never come true the way it's done, and there is never fusion in the universe. I was explaining to the fusion professor yesterday who was here. There is no way, and he said, I said the only way, if you're looking to fuse two helium or two protons to hopefully to have a helium and to have fusion or whatever, or fuse two ions to just have enough energy, the easiest fusion is what I call interatomic fusion. Fuse an electron and a proton. This way they're in the same house and you don't need to use that much energy. Oh, Arman is back. Good morning, Arman. Oh, he's awake. So, yes, you gone home and I'm babysitting. He says, motors are not touching the ground. Yes, I know. And they can see it. It's just back of the watch. You see that the motor bottom is quite, I think it's about more than a centimeter away from the ground.
Yes, it is on.
Is anyone interacting with the reactors? Yes, we are jumping up and down on it. I think it will land by 1 o'clock the way it looks, maybe sooner, but about 1 o'clock we're gonna land.
Rick, are you there?
Yes, I'm listening.
Okay. Yeah, I can hear the motors. The noise from the motors is not stable, not stable.
No, you can't hear the noise. This is the noise of the heater here.
Ah!
The motors, the motors are downstairs on the ground floor. We are upstairs.
Okay, perdón.
We hear it in the background if the heating stops, but
Yeah.
call it we're sitting here because it's pretty cold and we are upstairs. So the heaters are blowing. The central heating is all switched off. I'm in one room, so it's
Vince
below.
has the same problem. When his propane heater kicks in, it sounds like a turbojet taking off, and we expect him to go through the roof.
Here in Germany is very cold too.
I think the whole Europe is going to freeze this year.
Sounds like
Yeah.
everyone will have to move to Canada to keep warm.
You won't have any fuel.
Yeah, that could be.
I think maybe you can use some maple syrup.
I was just talking about that to my coworker Guy the other day about putting maple syrup in a reactor, and we were debating whether to dilute it with water first or just use it straight. And the idea would be you put the syrup inside the reactor, and in this case a ping pong ball reactor, and you spin it so that the syrup coats evenly on the inside wall of the reactor. And then we have an electrode, a tungsten thorium electrode that's used in welding normally. And I would put that in the center. It's insulated with shrink wrap insulation around it. And put that in the center of the sphere. And then we were going to run some kind of voltage in a vacuum situation. And essentially carbonize the sugar onto the walls of the reactor and end up with a graphene or activated carbon type coating on the inside. That was the plan. I missed
There
your.
must be
I missed
easier way
that.
to make a
I'm
plasma.
unfortunately I missed that comment on live stream because the audio was off. But Mr. Kesh just said, "My God, you lot go too far with the technology." Is that what you said? Too
Yeah.
far, yeah. Yeah, we tend to think too much instead of just doing it. I think that's a problem. A problem in our so-called more advanced countries. We outthink ourselves.
Yeah, I tested the two legs. The back leg is totally on the ground. The front leg on the right hand side totally on the ground. So every time you see the system jumping, it's a field jump. It's very interesting. So it's a magnetic gravitational field kick. Now the back leg most probably is landing. That's why you start seeing these violent motions. When you take off, you should see exactly the same kind of vibration as you see when you're landing.
Okay, well that's a good point because when we saw the shaking earlier, I mentioned that shaking is known to occur when there's a liftoff condition, but that also occurs when it can occur on the landing condition too. Is that the way it goes then?
Yep, not very far. The landing comes because you're forced to come in. This from the gravitational field. The takeoff is from magnetical field. It's two different fields, but it's more or less the same, near enough. When you take off, the magnetical field of the Earth pushes you away. When you land, you link up with the gravitational field of the Earth to get pulled to it.
Could one also link up to the gravitational field of the moon and be pulled toward it, or is you'd have to push away with the magnetical field of the Earth far enough first in order to focus on the moon as an attractive gravitational force? Does that make sense?
It's a combination of two.
Mr. Keche, when you want to go up or down, do you have to take reverse from the reactors or one the motors?
Can you explain what you mean?
Yes.
Are you saying you have to reverse them? That you might reverse the motors? Is that what you're saying, Eric?
Yes, one from the motors or
You do not touch your motors whatsoever.
Motors in always working.
Motors work all the time, the same direction, the same speed.
The same speed in the same direction. So you have to.
You have to change. You have to change the speed. You have to change your clothes, as I say. I was trying to explain to the knowledge seekers. You have to go, open up your plasma, and go into a higher strength. So what you do, you literally is like turning the clothes inside out. That's the way it's usually done.
Okay. I imagine.
And
Yeah.
that way, if you're gonna turn the motors and you have to fade to build the speed, and we have tried it here for knowledge seekers. They've seen it. Arman knows very well that high speed does not make any difference. We have to come down back to the lower speeds. The speed of rotation does not work. That's a habit of man. The faster you run, the more the rotation, the higher power you get. You have to understand the work of a plasma. If you understand the work of a plasma, then you understand you only work with the field charges.
Okay.
And if you do that, you don't need to do anything. You can instantaneously go from, let's say, power of 10 times the speed of light to 20 times, 100 times the speed of light in an instant. So you got to understand how to operate plasmas, not how to run a plasma in a motor condition.
In other ways, you have to take the strength from the inside the plasma to out to go in one way. Or
In a way, if you understood what I said, you have to change the clothes, the outfit of the reactor's plasma.
Yes.
Not the physical part of the reactor.
Yes.
As long as you're involved in physicality, you have a huge problem.
No.
You know, in the center, Armand tells you, we have put a hat at the time at the junction when the students go to the White House. And I said to them, the minute you get this hat to turn in, remember to put your matter brain behind and put your, what do you call it, plasma hat on. Because you cannot work between two or mix the two. You have to start learning that only anything you think, okay, how does a plasma work? Not, oh, this is the way the matter works, plasma should be the same.
Okay, in that sense, could you not have another plasma field enclosing this whole structure? That would be another layer like that could actually form sort of the skin of a ship or an enclosing field. In this case, that would enclose all the other plasma fields, a more superior field. Would that work? You're controlling the plasma with the plasma. Outside? Pardon me, sorry?
What do you think the reactors are doing outside, hanging around?
Yes, right.
Yes. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, perfect.
Good answer.
You take the force, the strength from the plasma inside, not outside, when you want something, or bring the strength from outside, not inside. That's what I understand. And that's why he used the two reactors outside to bring this strength out or in. That's what I understand. I have to think more. Very interesting.
In a way, yes. In a way, no.
Tell me what which one is no, please.
Both are no and both are yes, but in reverse order altogether.
It's like the outside reactors create the field which encloses the inside ones.
Yep, and if you can push the inside one out, turn it over, you'll get your magnetic field pressure.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, that's my perfect. Thank you, sir.
You understand?
Yes,
you
perfect,
understand?
perfect. Yes, perfect. Yes, so you have to create with the outside reactor the matches the strength inside to bring this strength out. Yeah.
Bravo. Congratulations. See you on Mars tomorrow morning.
Thank you, sir. I will try.
Strange enough, listen to what I received from Elia. This is just what she sent me a few minutes ago. It says, so if now is able to realize system will fly, except if aluminum reactor runs with CH3 on top like a small sun. You understand?
Will you please say again?
Elias says, so if now it is able to realize a system, then the system will fly. Except if the aluminum reactor runs with CH3 on top like a small sun.
I didn't know that this aluminum reactor was with CH3. Yeah.
She's saying, if you create a small sun outside the system,
Yes.
then you fly into the sun.
Correct. Correct. So
You don't need to go to the moon or create the condition of the moon. You got to realize, Elia has understood the concept of the technology so deep that it's fantastic to see a doctor to understand physics so unconditionally.
Unglaublich.
And he amazes me, even the physicists don't understand what the doctor in medicine understands.
Unglaublich. Yeah. Elia is very intelligent.
She's extremely deeply have understood the whole concept of technology.
Yes.
And I think we bring her in as a nuclear physicist and a medical teacher. I admire her knowledge and the logic she works with.
Yeah.
Because she analyzes things in a way, on a human level, but in a way, in a practical way that physicists don't even understand.
Unglaublich. Mr. Keche, the reactor that is outside in Rex site is filled with CH3?
No. No, everything is CO2 mixture of copper oxide.
The reactors outside too. You have the small reactor that's not in the plate.
We don't have any reactor with CH3 at the moment.
At the moment, not.
Arman is in the background. You can give him a kick, he might answer us. Give him a nudge. Arman, where are you? The funny thing is that Arman came in today to find a way to fly, but he landed.
Arman. Oh, very good.
The joy of landing was better than actually taking off.
The ironies of life. He's trying to get away from Italy, but here he is landing instead.
Yeah. The third leg is just more or less coming down to touch.
in this in the reactor that is in the star formation, that is CO2 and copper oxide, okay?
Yep.
More copper oxide than CO2 or vice versa?
No, yes, no, vice versa.
Same quantity?
No,
Copper.
no. I think it's different. I think it's 3 to 1.
3 to 1, okay.
But the thing is, you got to realize where the copper oxide sits within the layer of the CO2.
In between? This is in between?
Not really, maybe, but not really. It goes to the back.
To the back is to outside or in
The
the
outside, because the heavier will go to the outside.
The heavy outside.
Yeah, because the system at the moment in that state is working in a vacuum condition.
Yeah, claro. Our heavy materials don't come inside?
No.
But, Mr. Kesh, there is one moment in the reactor that CO2 come between the copper oxide and come outside, changing the place. Yeah.
It does sometimes, depends what pressure is inside, gravitational magnetic field pressure.
Yeah. So in this way, you decide if you want to go up or down.
In so many ways, yes.
Yes. Yeah. So if so works like that, have to be one moment when the copper oxide is inside the CO2 too. This is all together about 1 in the middle from the other, in one layer.
Why would it do that though if it's a GAN state, which might tend to separate out according to its how dense it was or how this magnetic field layers, gravitational field layers actually while it's rotating, wouldn't it? Or would there be some circulation between the layers?
Yes, but have to be one moment when the copper oxide is
There
in the
is a
middle.
circulation, there is a sliding of different gravitational magnetic field gases on top of each other, even in one material or the same material or composition of materials. You cannot stop. This is how the stars create their gravitational magnetic field, by variation in the strength. It's gonna land soon.
Yes, I see the system very nervous. Excuse me for a moment. I come back in 2 minutes.
That's a good word. It gets nervous. Is the same as passengers on airplanes get nervous before takeoff and before landing.
There, someone is flying, they say, can we go out for a walk for a cigarette? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Kesh.
Yeah, I said then they want to go for a one while on a high altitude. They would like to go outside for a cigarette. You gotta wait.
Yeah.
This is gonna land in next 20 minutes, half an hour, I hope. And then we'll see the results, and then we can call it a night. But it's as hard as giving birth at the moment.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I think we've been waiting for this for years.
It's certainly been your baby.
Very difficult.
Me too, Mr. Keche.
This is a difficult birth.
It's probably more due to the environment than the problem with the mother itself.
We don't know. We don't know.
Humans are becoming more receptive every day, I think, to new births like this.
Nowadays, everything is acceptable because we can't refuse it. We are the only creatures who go for abortion, huh?
Yeah, we even abort takeoffs and landings.
Yeah, we'll see. Just got to see when this thing is gonna land and how it's gonna land, and then I go because I gotta start very early tomorrow morning.
Mr. Keche, to attract the Beispiel, for example, to attract the copper oxide outside, one have to have in the other reactor, in the reactor outside, have to take the copper oxide in the middle from the other reactor, or in an other way.
Can you explain?
Yeah, to go up or down, you have to change this the strong the forces inside the reactors, yeah, from inside to outside. And you use the other reactor to bring this force out or in. So you have to go up. For example, you have to attract the copper oxide, the strength from copper oxide, with the reactor outside. So in this moment, the reactor outside had the copper oxide in the middle part and CO2 in the outer part. My English is no good, Mr. Keche, pardon me. Enrique, can you help me?
I don't understand what you're trying to explain, unfortunately.
Yes, I know.
I've just got to go and check and see how far we are from landing, and then I'll come back.
Okay,
it's just that I don't want the system to get damaged.
Okay,
it's a
sir.
problem, you know.
Yes, I know.
Just I think half an hour or so it should land if it does. And then we'll start seeing what problems we see.
Keep the live stream open for another half hour.
Yes, I've been here until the reactor comes in the bottom. I want to see that.
Maybe it'll go through the floor. Who knows?
Yeah, I want to see that. I cannot let that align. I've been 4 years waiting for this moment.
Yes, myself as well. I had this vision of counter-rotating magnetic fields since I was a very, very young child, and always been interested in magnets, and especially in gravity or anti-gravity, what we used to call anti-gravity. As Mr. Mikesh says, there's no anti about it. It's you're altering your position in a positive positioning way using magnetical gravitational fields and so on. But yeah, I've always been totally focused on that in the background of my life for my whole life. So it's interesting that it's like Eric says, this is essentially the culmination of all of that.
Hey Rick, can you hear me?
Hi Brett, yes, loud and clear.
All right.
Hello, Brett.
When I was thinking when the fields go in and it turns inside out, the double field pushes in the center, and when it turns inside out, it's literally like turning a torus field flow inside out.
Yes, but the question, perhaps can Rick or help me? The question for Mr. Keche is, okay, we know that we have to put the strong or the GANs, for example, CO2 is in the middle, copper oxide is in the outer place from the reactor. Okay, to make to go up, we have to pull with the other reactor that is outside the GANs in the reactors that's in the plate to pull the GANs that is in the middle from the reactors to outside. So how is the configuration for the inside the outside reactor to make that to change?
You're talking about You're talking about the extra reactor that goes on top or bottom, or are you talking about the GANs?
Yeah. Because you have to take the force. The force that
Yeah, I
is
think
inside.
that it depends what strength GAN you're using. You have to decrease the Earth's magnetic field below by putting a reactor there, by blocking it, or putting it on top and reducing it so it goes up.
Yes, about that. You make that with the outside reactor.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, you can do that. This is the way. That is the way. So, how have to be the configuration inside the reactor that is outside, that you can take.
That would depend.
Change the place the GANs. Change the place for the GANs in the reactor that is in the plate. You have to change the place. Change the place from the GANs from the middle to outside in the reactors that's in the star configuration to go up or to go down.
Yeah, but it depends what's in that extra reactor. Is the fields in that extra reactor stronger or weaker? So
that is the question.
But when you do that, you displace the fields and cause a weakness in a direction.
Yes, I know.
So it depends what you make it of, and then how you put it. You have to. Okay. You can't just say I have this and I want to do that and that.
In other way, how do you change? How do you attract the CO2 or attract the copper oxide to change the place inside the reactor in the star formation? How you make that? That is the question.
Ray, can you help me? I don't understand what he's asking.
Are you saying that you want to try to change the concentration of the GANs inside the reactor, or the place of the GANs inside the reactor?
The place of the GANs inside the reactor.
Right. Well, I wonder
you have the
if you already have a created plasma, why would you want to try to is that to make it do the inside out thing that you're talking about, or what's?
Because I think that is the key.
Well, yeah, but that's known somewhat. It's called putting a cup in a cup, and it does turn inside out. But the magnetic pressure from the outside GANs pushes the little one in, and when it gets to the center, it gets strong enough that it pushes back out, and that's when the whole thing turns inside out. That's what I think happens.
Can you explain about a little bit slowly? I don't understand so fast.
No, it made sense. I liked it fast because I could see it that way. But go ahead, yeah, let's go.
Now I
Say it
forgot
again.
what I said, right?
Yeah, it's an inspired in the moment thing. Basically, he's talking about the outside field pushing in to the inner field, which goes toward the middle, and then it pushes
weaker,
back
but when it gets
out.
Yeah, it's weaker, but when it gets pushed to the center, it becomes to a point that's stronger, and that's when it pushes out, and the whole thing turns inside out.
So it's almost it could be a pulsing mechanism as well, instead of
if you model the torus flow and you watch the video of it and you turn the whole thing inside out, that's what happened to the field.
So okay, but how you make it? You make the
Am I too loud? Oh, sorry. I have my headphones.
It's okay.
Sorry.
You have to rotate more slowly or more fast the reactor that is outside to make more pressure or less pressure. How you make the pressure? Pardon, Rick?
I say that makes sense. Sure.
Yes. The only way that you can make pressure is by bring the reactor more near to the other reactors, or rotate more fast or more slowly. You don't have other way. Which one is the way to make more pressure or less pressure? I have today a lot to learn, a lot.
See, you learn a lot in the kids' workshop, eh?
Yes, for me, it's a better workshop because, yeah, it's unglaublich. This is incredible. Incredible, this. What Mr. Ketcher had told us is the most important thing. He had confirmed how it works. That's unglaublich. The other thing from the CO3, CH3 for the sun, that is more good. You did understand that idea, Rick? That concept?
Yeah, that's a good one. I like the idea.
If you have the extra reactor around there, the field flow is going from one to the other, and it depends which one's stronger. And that's where you get the polar push, or the weakness in the field around the totality of the reactor system in comparison to the Earth.
Yes, in reality, you have the two reactors there. You can see it. The outside reactors in there. They work with. Do you see that, Bert?
The silver one on the right, you mean?
No, I can't. I'm on my phone on Skype, and I'm staying with some people right now, so I can't watch the live stream and talk on Skype.
Okay. Yeah, the reactors in there. That's it. This concept from Elijah, from the CH3 from the sun is very, very good concept. Very, very good concept. Yeah, unglaublich gut. Mhm. Ja, dat is unglaublich to see. Oh, Cook, I think it's touching the floor, the Lincoln leg. Or Rick?
I can't see it. Last time I looked at it, it was vibrating and moving around.
No,
If I
but
go
this is
see it.
perhaps one millimeter to the floor. 1 millimeter, perhaps. Ah, yes, I know. Yes, I know. I know, perfect. Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking in what Mr. Ketcher said. Now what he said from the pressure and all, everything, I understand perfectly now. Perfect. Wow. Yeah,
Good, I'm glad I can help.
yeah, thank you. Thank you. When are these reactors to make light?
That depends on the field strength.
It makes sense to me that they should be able to make light just from 2 or 3 kinds of GANs mixed in while it's rotating. You're going to have that rubbing or sliding of materials that was talked about by Kesh.
It's on submersion system. You got to figure the magnetic and gravitational fields are opposite for flight. I mean, for lift and submersion. So
I mean, inside the reactor itself, you might not be. It might be light inside these reactors now. Yeah. It's just we can't see it. If they were ping pong ball reactors, they might glow in the dark as they're spinning.
Yeah, but I mean the outside light.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
The UFO light, Omni light. Because to fly have to make the light or not?
Light might be a sub effect that occurs. I don't know if you have to make the light, but it certainly seems to be a side effect.
Usually it will create a light around it.
You speak so fast, my friend. I don't understand you.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk slow, actually.
Please.
You should hear him when he speaks fast.
But what about if those spaceships? I mean, what if they create light, but they can adjust or adapt to the environment? To this, that's why they can make themselves invisible, and you don't see no light. Is that possible too?
Yes.
Yeah, they have to spend extra to have the cloaking effect.
Yeah, that is
that's only been in the recent budgets. In the old days, they didn't have that.
That is the effect for black holes. Is there you don't see it.
And also, they have new materials now that they're plasmatic materials because they're the forms of carbon that are so dark and so black they absorb 99.9% of light or something like that. So it's virtually impossible to see. It just looks as a dark object, even in the middle of the daytime. It looks like a shadow. It's a way of cloaking, you might say.
I'm sure the militaries and countries who have followed Kesh are taking the nanomaterials and putting it on stuff.
Well, yeah, they've been working with that for quite a while. It's part of the whole thing. It's also good for things like solar panels and so on, so that's why they research that. That's why I wanted to use carbon on the inside of a ping pong ball reactor. If it was, I reasoned that if it absorbs all light and all magnetic fields inside the reactor, then you should be able to start with nothing. And that is one of the hardest things to start with, is nothing. So I figure if you can start with nothing, you should be able to get something out of nothing. In other words, if you have a voidness, the universe, the nature abhors a vacuum, or it always fills that vacuum with energy. So if you have blackness all on the inside of a sphere that absorbs all energy that's inside that sphere, then it'll be constantly absorbing, but always refilling. It must refill to fill that vacuum void, because there's always energy in that vacuum. So it should be able to just draw off on the outside of the reactor in some manner to just continue drawing while it refills itself, because it's empty. So it won't refill until it's empty. That's my idea anyways. I am determined to try it.
Sounds complicated, Rick.
Well, it's easy. You just take maple syrup and carbonize it, and put it on the inside of the reactor, and wait and see. Sorry, what? Say.
Rick, you don't have to put carbon. You only have to put, say, CH3 before you make hot the CH3. CH3 comes total black. Still is ganz.
Right, that's an idea. Mm-hmm.
Yes, you can make the question to Mr. Ketchava. I think that's the way. If you want to have a GANs, black GANs, CH3 comes total black in with hot. Steel is GANs, because carbon is matter. Oh, this is very, very near to landing.
You know, I wonder what would happen if we used GANs, multi-layering GANs with water, and then had a little bit of air in there that we vacuumed out and left a hole and injected carbon gas or atomic hydrogen in there to create a gap in the center for free plasma inside of the water, inside the center.
Yeah,
I think
that kind of thing has occurred to me a lot. The one problem is you can't vacuum out water without, because it starts boiling.
You leave a air gap in there, and you use a syringe just to extract whatever you can.
Well, you wouldn't be able to extract the air without vacuuming it out, is the thing. You get to a certain point where it starts to boil the water, you get water vapor coming out, and it'll just keep boiling until all the water is gone, essentially, which is an interesting idea to me. I think it should be done. That's one thing I want to experiment with, because I can vacuum out my ping pong balls and put the GANs in, vacuum it out, and have the GANs as a powder inside that's free to arrange its own position. All the GANs particles would arrange their own position according to their charge and so on, according to where they want it to be. So I think that would be a really interesting experiment.
Maybe we can take some of the, how about this? That clear gel we make in the containers that has the air bubbles in it, of whatever it is, use that. It already has air in it.
Yeah, it's got air, and if you rotate it, the air will come to the center, and
exactly, leaving a void for a free plasma.
Well, it's not a void; it's air.
I know.
Unless it's some other bubbles. If those bubbles are
liquid, though,
the bubbles are probably more like the hydrogen bubbles. So in that case, it would leave that hydrogen in the center, which is exactly what we want. So if you can create the hydrogen bubbles, our friend Dan is has developed a process to make micro hydrogen bubbles in his bubblers, HHO bubbler arrangement. They're so micro, they're like a cloud inside the fluid. So they kind of just hazily float around. They don't immediately go to the surface like a bigger bubble. So with that kind of substance that would be charged with the hydrogen, maybe even a monoatomic hydrogen, and then you rotate it inside the reactor, that hydrogen would tend to want to go toward the center, and it could be the perfect core for the center of the reactor.
Exactly.
And then you have a nice interface between the liquid and the gaseous kind of, more or less liquid gaseous is still GANs and so on, but in terms of chemistry and so on, you always get all the interesting things happen at the interface between the liquid and the gas. For example, when you create the GANs, it forms the fatty layer on the surface between the air and the liquid. That's where all the action is, in a way, for creating life and creating new materials and so on. It's always at the interfaces where things rub together. So you get that inside a reactor. I think that would be very interesting. The other thing that could be added, I considered, would be argon CO2, the argon being an inert gas, and the CO2 would be used inside of a reactor to create GANs, actually. So that could be a way of doing it, by introducing just the gases you want, like CO2, or other things in the gas that you might want to make with your GANs, to create in the GANs. Okay,
You may be able to make a reactor and fill it with certain water, and then stick the whole thing in a GANs container and have the GANs grow inside of it while it's closed.
Mm-hmm.
That way it's completely sealed already. You just have to figure out how much is in there.
We could have some sort of honeycomb arrangement that when the GANs penetrates it, it gets sealed into place there and in position. So when you stop the reactor, it's in a fixed moving plasma type situation.
Alright guys, I gotta go. It's late here.
Okay, Brett, thanks for checking in.
See you on the next workshop.
See you later.
Tell everybody hi. Tell everybody bye.
Brad,
Yeah.
if you're there,
Yeah, I'm here.
could you contact us tomorrow
Sure.
after the workshop? Have you arrived safe?
Yeah, we went to Jean-Paul's place in his lab today. Worked with him for a while, and then now I'm here. I arrived at Dan's about 2 hours ago.
Oh, okay, no problem. Just couple of things I wanted to clear. No problem. Okay. Have a sweet dreams. Yeah. Bye bye.
You too. Bye.
Bye bye. It's vibrating, but it's going nowhere and it's not landing. So it's absorbing a lot of fields into the reactors. It's violent. This is very violent.
moving very heavily. No, it's moving pretty heavily to left and right just these last seconds. I think I can't make it. I have to wake up early morning. I cannot make it. I have to go to sleep. So I guess it's a matter of minutes or. Yeah.
We'll see it landing by about 1 o'clock, as I said about a couple of hours ago. It will not happen before then, but it's a matter of if it's going to crash or if it's going to bounce off into a takeoff. Because at this point you can as much as land as you take off. It depends if you turn the system back up or it'll squash the system down to the ground. It's just waiting and see how it's going to respond. Just gotta wait and see how it happens. I will spend many nights on the chairs and God knows tables after lab waiting for these kind of things, and they go on for maybe sometime 2 or 3 days. But this time it's very effective, very fast. But that's 13 kilo. You just moving around like a feather. It's very strange.
Hello, Rick. How are the things going? Okay, I've been here in mute because one song come. So okay. Hello, Rick. I was talking with my son, but I listened a little bit that Mr. Keche say something. What did he say?
When do you mean? Just now?
Yes, for a while I was talking with my son that come to home. And I listened that Mr. Keche comes in the audio. He say something about it. I don't understand what he say. Can you tell me what he did say?
He said that he was going to just watch the platform, and that it seemed to be still taking time to land, and he expected it to be another half hour, somewhere around 1 o'clock Italian time, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well,
I'm not sure if it's anything else that you missed.
But no more explication or something else, no?
Pardon me? No more?
No more explications for the system or something?
I'm not sure how long you were gone. You'll have to go back in the live stream and see what you missed, sir.
Yes, I will. No problem.
We have to be able to end the live stream so we can get the video up.
Yes, I will, because that is it's difficult to say. Yeah, it's okay. Thank you, my friend.
Mm.
Yeah, it's very nervous, this system. Very nervous. Rick, the CH3 guns, that is the orange rod, the color.
Yeah, I believe so. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. What is the blue color?
I think that's one of the copper oxide.
But it's not CH4.
Well, that could be as well. I'm not clear on that.
Okay. When are you going to make your system?
I've got plates that are forming now, and then I have to make GANs with them.
Mm-hmm.
I've had rotating systems for months, but haven't been able to get around. I would have done it today, but I've been busy.
Yes, I know.
I would have done a few things today, but I've been busy. So I don't have time for my own experiments hardly anymore.
I know, my friend. But what time is it where you live? What time is there?
It's almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
In afternoon. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Not too late.
Well, in a way. I need to rest because I've been up since the early hours, and last night I was up very late with the plasma reactor group, so I only got a few hours sleep, and I normally would be sleeping this afternoon. But that's
Okay,
okay.
we leave it and we'll see what happens. I'll be here for a while to see what happens, to observe. Thank you very much for everything, Rick. See you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow, Mr. Keche. I will be here to waiting what's happening.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Okay,
Good night.
we'll end the live stream now then, and people can pick up the live from SSI feed, which is the other, it's part of the Spaceship Institute site. It's called livestream.com SSI workshops, and you can go to the live from SSI from there. So it's just SSI workshops with an S on the end. Okay, thanks everybody for this much extended Kids Knowledge Seekers workshop. It's been very interesting.
I'm back. Have a good one.
Thank you very much, Rick, Vince, and every people there. A lot of thank yous to Mr. Keche, and congratulations.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so ends this 10th Kids Knowledge Seekers workshop.